How's it going, everybody? Welcome. It's Friday. Scream Stream is upon us. Here we go. Another episode. It's Scream Stream number 17. That's right. It's Eric, two boys and their pops. Hope everybody is doing well, being safe, and appreciate you guys being here. If you're catching us on the rewind, absolutely. Just hope you're having a great day. Hope you have a great weekend. Thank you so much for catching it on the rewind. One of the things I wanted to kind of start the show off with is it is 9/11, and we do have 9/11. That has always been now a part of our history, will always continue to be a part of our history. There's a lot of people that lost their lives, a lot of people that were part of 9/11 that did so many heroic things. So right now, I'm just going to basically take a moment of silence for those that were affected, those people to remember of 9/11. So I wanted to go ahead and do that, and just kind of before we started the show. So, and then we'll get into the chat and say hello to everybody. So right now, I'm just going to do a little moment of silence. All right. Well, like I said, there's a lot of people out there that has been affected by this, and I know for myself, I was out in the field working when this happened, and definitely I was away from family. So and that's always a scary thing too, is not having family around when things are going on. So, but today is Friday, and it is Scream Stream. That's right. We were here with episode 17. So we appreciate it, guys. We are doing animated horror. So you have like Monster House, you have Coraline, you have Frankenweenie, you have Resident Evil, Degenerate. There's Akira. There's a lot of horror movies out there from the animated sense that we wanted to kind of touch on a little bit. So real quick, just gonna say hi to the. Let's scare up the chat, shall we? But if you are here, awesome. We really appreciate it. But if you're gonna watch us on the rewind, thank you so much. We definitely appreciate the support. Uh, we love being part of the community. Scream Stream Friday night, episode 17. Here we go. So let's go ahead and say hey to Lisa Noble. How are you? Papa Willie. Halloween is not overrated. Um, only wrestling is. Hey, Andrew Weeble. How are you? Dallas. How's it going, buddy? How's the work? B-side. Hey there. How are you, bud? Um, we have Nightshade. Hey, how are you, Nightshade? Ba, 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 ba. Just going through that once again. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. So, like I said, guys, I really appreciate you, KNL, Chris, uh, Lisa Noble. Um, Definitely, what we're doing here is we're just kind of diving into some horror. But before I do that, so are you saying mine's cutting in and out? Let me see if maybe what I'll do is go. Maybe I'll go out real quick and then come back in. Let me see it. Hopefully, there's not any issues with that. But what I wanted to kind of get into, guys, is just kind of start off a little bit. Hey, Lori, um, with it's Friday, so I got my BAM horror box. Hey, Mama J, how are you? I got my BAM horror box, so definitely want to be able to get into that. I also have a mystery box from House of a Thousand Corpse, so I was able to do that as well. So I have a couple of those that I wanted to be able to get into, but let's check and see.
Oh, you wish to know what lies ahead. Listen carefully. If you must choose between two evils,
sense. Definitely makes sense. All right. Um, so also wanted to kind of show off, guys. I recently got a new pop. Um, so I got this actually from Band for Arms, so I was really excited. But I got the FYE Michael Myers Blood Splatter. So really enjoy that little bad boy, especially this time of the year. So other than that, what I basically wanted to get into was first some unboxing, and then basically, so it's still going in and out. Like, I don't know, in and out. I mean, everything's fine on my end. I don't have any issues with, and we haven't had any issues with anything. Trying to think. Yeah, I mean, we don't have any bad weather. Um, everything's plugged in. So I don't know. We so that's how we can do this. So just let me know, like keep me posted. We'll try to figure something out. And kind of go from there. Yeah, Mama J says sound fine. So I'm not sure exactly. It could be other connections, it could be weather. There's a lot of things, but right now I don't have any issues on my end. So I'm gonna proceed. Okay, so Pop Willie says I'm doing good too. So okay. So BAM Horror, it's one of the prescription boxes that I get. It's the big black pill. So that's my prescription, the big black pill. So I'm going to open this up here, just kind of see what we got. I can't even remember what the theme was, but I enjoy getting them. Obviously, our little wrapping paper. That. All right, so first item in here. Hopefully, Robert should be here shortly. But we got some things to go through and do. So this right here is Volume 5, box number 8. All right, so 8 is always a good number. So we got celebrity art, autographs, fan art print, prop replica, artist select card, and fan art pin. So we got fan stuff. So let's take a look here and see what we got first. So thank you. Yeah, I mean, I love the Michael Myers. So look at these big old lips. So they got these big old lips. Interesting. All right. So it's heavy. It's pretty heavy. This right here is a prop replica. So it's basically, sometimes it really might be better to have never been kissed. These lips are from the 1988 cult classic, The Kiss. Just might carry a curse with them. So that's what this is from. So boom, boom. Let's see what else we got here. All right, we got the pin. So the fan art pin. We're hoping New Mutants delivers on the scares as much as the trailer did. In anticipation of the first horror movie in the X-Men universe, Brian Romero brings us the villainous Demon Bear, Sunspot, and Moonstar. So Sunspot and Moonstar, it looks like they're numbered, possibly. So you look for the rest of the team. So this right here appears to be Demon Bear. So very cool. Demon Bear. Looks more like a wolf though, but Demon Bear. All right. And then this next thing we got here is the artist select card. So baby, you got real ugly. Hopefully you got Ash in the previous box because you'll need him to fight this monstrosity from the original Evil Dead trilogy. Both of these beautiful cards were brought to you by artist Jason Miller. So this is this one right here. Cool. From the Evil Dead. All right. Now we'll get into let's get into the art print. Okay, so before the 2019 movie, we spent hours reading scary stories to tell in the dark, terrified of the stories and the iconic artwork. So this month they are bringing their own vision of the classic series. All right. So we have just one quick second there, buddy. It's got this. Ooh, very cool. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Um, so before I do this next one, I know, but I had to look at the cheat sheet. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things. I can't help it. Oops. So I got somebody is knocking on the door. Hey Tats, how are you, bud? Somebody's knocking on the door. So when they knock on the door, you never know who it could be. So let's see. Whoa, what do we got going on here? How are you? Well, that's so nice of you to join us, Purge. Very cool. I like it. So we're just unveiling our BAM horror box. That's what we're doing right now. I got one more to do. So this right here is celebrity autograph. And so anybody messes around, he's got the knife. Celebrity autograph. Now this is an American Werewolf in London. So obviously American Werewolf in London, a great classic film. So obviously David Naughton is the guys would like to see. A couple of variations in here that you could get. So we got this one right here. Is very, very cool. Yes. Cool. All right. So that is my BAM box. It's so funny how they always manage to come right before my streams. So I like it. Go ahead and put that down. Now, how's it going, Dallas?
It's going good. Holy shit.
How's work been?
Exhausting.
Yeah, it's I know when I started going back to work, just getting into the habit of getting up in the morning, and then being there for the duration, and then having to come home and get ready for your stuff. The last 2 days I actually worked from home, so it was kind of nice to do that today, just to be able to work from home. So, what's that?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, just a little bit of an echo.
I've got the volume coming through my TV. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hey, Tats.
Yeah. Hey, Tats, we had with all this fire and stuff, the smokes that are going on. We got a lot of stuff going on in Oregon. We're getting some smoke through into here, California. Today, I just about half an hour ago, saw a mom and her 3 bears. So check this out.
Oh, even more bears. Jeez.
Yeah. So they're just chilling, hanging out. And then so I'm just doing some mystery box stuff right now, just kind of getting things going. We're going to be discussing animated horror.
Okay.
So, a lot of good movies with animated horror. If you have a personal favorite, but Monster House, Coraline, Kira, there's a lot of different varieties of them out there.
Yeah.
So we was just going to touch on that a little bit, and just have some fun tonight and hang out with the chat, and just kind of do a couple of things and see where things lie. I also have some Jackbox TV. I have a new Quiplash that I was going to download it today that I wanted to test out. So yeah, I'm just kind of going through that right now. We also have I wanted to go over some haunts in the South. I have some things to show you, some haunted houses in the South. We have some haunted attractions to kind of go over, just kind of go from there. So let me go ahead and real quick, I got the mystery box to open up here. So this is from Jazzy.
Yeah.
On
House of a Thousand,
Huh?
House of a Thousand Pops.
Yes. Yeah, I might have said earlier House of a Thousand Corpse, but the House of a Thousand Pops. It was now I can't hear you as well right now, but
Okay, hold on.
so in the pops, so I think with the thing is with the pops, let me pull that up here real quick, because I'll show you what was two of the hits, which I was kind of going for, and I believe that one of them was Sam.
Yes, it was Sam.
And
I'm gonna come to your house if you get Sam and break your door down.
okay.
And be like,
So it was the mystery box hunt for Sam in the OG Batman.
yeah.
So
If you get that Sam, Eric, we're gonna fight. It's gonna turn into a purge.
well, and this was pretty much kind of like a grail or fail type scenario, but there are some boxes that come of good value.
Right.
So it's always one of those things. How's it going, Christina Payne? How are you?
Hey,
And
hey, Matthew, you got jokes with Man of 1,000 Names. I have one name, and it's Dallas Poe.
Today's Christina Payne, it's her mom's birthday. So happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Mama Payne.
All right. So take this out and back real quick.
Don't look. You gotta feel.
I'm just looking for a. Okay. We got this. This is cool because we all know I love Chucky.
Yep.
So we got to be sure to post. Thank you for supporting House of a Thousand Pops. Like that.
Hey there, Twin Ninja.
All right. Hey, Twin Ninja. So, and
Hi there, Cat. Go lightly.
hey, Kat, how are you? Hope you're doing well.
You feel a
This
stack?
here, it is. Well,
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right.
Haji. All right.
Haji from Johnny Quest.
Yeah. So not Sam, not the old school Batman, but Haji. So I don't know what the PPG is for that.
Would you like me to look that up?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Give me a second here.
So,
PG.
all right. Haji. Very cool.
Hey, Eric, is that Bam Horror Box? Is that still every other month now? Or are they doing it every month now?
It's every month.
It's every month now? Okay. It's, how do you spell his name? H-A...
Hadji. All right. So, yeah, so definitely she does interviews. She's on Instagram.
Yep.
I know she's doing a lot of her interviews with Captain Pops. She's got Beer to Pop. And believe it or not, so I'm hoping, but I did reach out to her. I did tell her that I would like for her and Malone Pops to come on to the show for Scream Stream. And
Well, you know we've had her on before, right?
yes.
Yeah.
But I wanted to bring her and Malone since they're doing their like good evil thing. But I wanted to, so I wanted to see if they would come on, and she said she was going to talk with Malone and let me know what works for them for their schedule.
Okay.
So we're going to be doing that. So obviously, like I said, as we're getting into October,
Haji is 34.
Nice. Okay. The mystery box was like 25. So definitely. So very cool. I mean, it doesn't fit in my collection, but it's always nice when you get something in return, that's more than what you paid for, right? So, but yeah, so today, Dallas, we are talking about, with horror movies, that they've gone through peaks and troughs. And basically, so they're bringing us into today. Like, you obviously, you look at back in the past of horror movies and then all the way into today. And even though that the road for horror has been long traveled, there's still much road that remains in horror. But today we are going to be discussing the animated side of it, and just kind of see, I know everybody loves, scary movies. They also love their animated scary movies. And there's always good side because you can take the kids. I remember taking my kid to go see Monster House. I remember sitting around being able to watch Paranormal, so things like that. Do you have a favorite animated horror movie?
I mean, mine's always going to be Nightmare Before Christmas. I know people debate if that's if that's like a scary movie or not, but I consider that one of my favorites. And then probably Coraline would be second, and then Corpse Bride would be third.
Now, I always wish that they would have brought a sequel to Coraline. I know they talked about it, and I don't know if it's in development or what the case may be.
They're talking about it. I know that much.
But I mean, it's obviously, it's an interesting movie. I remember when my boys watched it, it gave them nightmares. It scared them for a long time. You can see in Target, they have the Coraline doll, which is really creepy. So definitely, when you look at the animated side, it opens up a lot of things.
Creepy. You think it's creepy, but you love Chucky.
Well, you don't fuck with the Chuck. That's,
What would you do if someone sent you one of those Trick or Treat Studios Chucky dolls?
Oh, that'd be cool. I mean, the
$500 ones. Where would you even put it?
That would be, well, I mean, that would stay with me. I'd carry it around with me the whole time, everywhere I go.
I feel like you'd put it in front of the boys and be like, so you're not going to come out of your room now, are you?
So when I was younger, I had a Chucky doll that I actually molded onto a remote control car. And so I hooked it up. You know how they have the Chucky on the cart, right?
Yeah.
So I had it on the remote control car. And so when my aunt had gone into the bathroom, I slowly had it creep that direction. And then right when she opened the door, I went real fast and went towards her, and she just screamed like crazy. So I always had, Chucky has always been there as far as like for me as an inspiration. It's like he's always going to be my number one.
Right.
I know, a lot of people love Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees, and I mean, there's always that, and I don't mind them at all. But what I really think that stands out with Chucky, and he's still different from Freddy, but just the way his sarcasm is, the way he talks and the way he goes about his stuff, that's what always makes an entertaining from that. So, hold on, let me grab 1 second real quick.
Matthew, that's blasphemy, just so you know what you just said.
All right.
Nightmare Before Christmas did not suck.
Hey, how are you, Mark? Nerd Bar, how are you?
Hey,
so
Nerd
you're
Bar.
saying Nightshade's saying no, don't do sequels. So
yeah, did you see what Matthew Calley said?
Let's see. Nightmare Before Christmas, suck Donkey Ball.
Wow.
Well, it's too bad that you couldn't make it through the 15 minutes, because 30 minutes in, they do a huge thing on wrestling. And I mean, it's really cool. It's really, really cool. And it sucks that you missed it, because, I mean, as much as you like wrestling.
And there's a guy in a wheelchair.
But so what I wanted to kind of get going before I did, into the animated stuff, obviously Halloween is approaching us. So each segment, what I wanted to do was I wanted to touch on haunted houses. I wanted to touch on things that are related to Halloween coming up. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about was also in the South. So I'm going to talk about top 5, 6 places um, that I discovered that were haunted, that people had talked about. And you guys in the chat, let me know, like, if you have any that you know of or that you've heard of or been experienced, let me know. I mean, that's what we're here for. But let me go ahead and pull this up real quick. I wanted to first start off with some attractions. So let me do this. So work is going pretty tough on you, huh?
Yeah, I probably won't be on here too long because I have to be up at 5 a.m. So, and it's almost 10 o'clock here now. You gotta love that early morning schedule.
Let's see if go back to that. I don't know what that one. I want to. There we go. All right.
Hey, friends. Today, we're going to give you a look at what a drive through haunted attraction is like here in Orlando. We are all upset that Halloween Horror Nights has been canceled. So, there's many more haunted attractions in the local area. And we're here at Boggy Creek, and we're going to be checking out the Scream and Stream drive-through haunted attraction.
Yep, we have
Now,
our
this
own
doesn't
Scream and
officially
Stream
open until September 25th, but we were invited out to get a sneak peek of what it's like or what it's going to be like because there's a lot of questions and we need to
Yes.
find out.
And this
So
is what we want to know,
let's
guys.
go do this.
I want to find out what your thoughts is. Like, should this follow suit in other places?
A haunted drive-through experience set deep in the woods.
I see. I like the setting to go in the woods.
Do you dare take the drive? Scream and Stream.
The reason that they're doing drive-through attractions is because it's very easy to actually socially distance when you're in your own car.
Right.
But it brings a lot of questions like, how is it possible? Are they going to be able to scare you in your own car once if you slam on the gas or slam on the brakes? There's a lot of things. Hopefully, we'll get some answers to those today. And just
somebody just
generally
gets
see
so
what it's gonna
scared they
be like,
hit the
because
gas instead of
I
the
need
brake
full
button. They
context.
slam into
Because
the
it is super dark
I mean,
out,
oh my
it's
God,
gonna be
like
hard to see, but
I don't
we've got
know, like you can see
flashlights.
some lawsuits with that one.
And
huh?
I'm with Jackie. That kind of rhymed, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
So that's why I'm
We are
kind of
going to
interested
start
to see
actually
how
getting the
something like
grand
this
tour
would take
of
place.
everything that they have to offer. This
Uh,
location alone is going to have
Zach
3
Baggins
different
Haunted
attractions.
Museum would
Obviously,
be
it
cool.
being an airboat
Yeah, it is
attraction,
cool.
they're going to have a haunted airboat attraction. Then they're going to have the drive-through haunted attraction, and then also a kid-friendly trick-or-treat with the proper safety precautions. So I really think that this is going to be a very fun and amazing event. I'm very excited. While you're waiting to do your haunted attraction that you choose, they have a nice area set up where you're going to be able to just hang out. They're going to have a bar here and then some frightful entertainment. And it's just going to be a common area where you can actually just relax. The cool thing is when it comes to like drive through actual attractions, I've always
Just a little bit.
big place to actually have an entertainment. As you can see, it's kind of spooky already. Look at this. It reminds you of like a little cabin on a swamp. But this is going to be the entertainment stage. Wow. It's starting to get a little bit dark out. Luckily, Lyle, who is the entertainment director, is giving us the tour around because I wouldn't be able to see anything.
Yeah, it gets pretty dark back here.
All of the attractions are actually going to be based off of a story. The actual drive-through attraction is going to be based off of a drive-in, like a movie drive-in storyline, and I think that's an awesome concept.
Yeah.
Because I don't know,
Yeah, it
local
is.
drive-ins
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Mix that in with an actual haunted attraction. That's good stuff. they also are going to have dining options, and the dining options are going to be some of your favorite haunted
I don't care about dining options.
drive-through attraction. Well, the mock attraction, because we're just going to get a sneak peek at it. But for you to understand, this is how you're actually going to enter into the drive-through attraction, and you're going to come through here, and it's going to be 4 cars at a time, and underneath that white covered area there, they're going to go over all the different rules and safety things. And one of the most important things is there's a 3-mile-per-hour speed limit, which is going to give you plenty of time to be able to enjoy and actually see all the cool things that they have.
Hey, you're flashing
Now that you're
the
actually
brights in
in the
their face
car,
like,
you can hear
I don't know.
kind of some creepy music, which is actually themed to the drive itself. So
Okay.
it's actually linked up to a radio station, and you're going to be able to actually get a little bit scary.
Oh, that
inside
makes
the
sense.
car
You know, link it
as
up to the
well
radio
outside the
station
car.
and come through the
You can
car radio.
roll down your windows if you like, as long as you're wearing your mask. And now we're going to start getting into some of the scenes, but we're not going to show it all. Not going to show any of it that actually spoils it for you. And it's actually really creepy out here already. Look at the road ahead.
A car that's out of commission bar on the side of the road where you'll be offered a psychedelic beverage.
Oh yeah, it's got LSD in it. Shit, my goat gave it to me.
Oh, I see. You got the pretty little toes. I bet you got the pretty little toes too.
As you're actually driving along, you can see they have the uplighting on these trees, and it's just so awesome looking, isn't it? And one of the biggest things that we have to wonder is, how do you know when to stop? Because it is basically
okay,
on
so
a
they got
red
the
light
lights.
and green light. So red for stop, and that's when a scene is actually going to take place. And this is how they're going to control the flow of traffic, so people aren't running into each other.
So obviously
When
somebody
you see
thought
red,
this through.
you stop, you take part in the scene, and then when it lights green,
The alligators I got over there. That's right. And then I'm gonna chop out the rest of you, and then I put it in a pot with some nice honey barbecue sauce. I'm gonna cook you for like 14 hours, and it's gonna be so good. I'm gonna eat you some.
I'd be la-
supply candy to you in the vehicle without actually coming into the 6 feet mark. And watch this. How smart is this?
So part of our aspect is we're going to have acrylic balls off site that are preloaded with candy in a sanitized environment. Everybody's going to be wearing gloves and masks whenever they do this. And I've got some Starburst for proof of concept. But essentially,
Trick or treat!
trick or
Candy just rains down on you. Kids are gonna love this. It's socially distant. It's safe. Like this is great.
A Starburst.
It's great.
Doing some promotional be actual people out here directing traffic and making
Hey,
sure
Mama Bear.
everyone's show you 25 minutes in total, and you
Hey,
pay
Pop Kids.
actually by the car. So how many people are in the car, that's what you pay for. We're standing outside in one of the areas, and they're doing some promotional footage and some different photos, and we're lucky that we get to like see a little bit of it. Just taking a look at the actual track, well, the actual road that you're going to be driving for the drive-through experience, and it is kind of creepy out here. I like this tree.
I'm just waiting for someone to
Look
run
at
up
that.
at him. Just get shit out
Along
of
the
him.
road itself, there are going to be actual people out here directing traffic and making sure all of the scenes are going to take place at the red light when the cars are stopped. So you're going to be well aware that something's about to happen when the light turns red. And it's more.
Okay. All right. So, just to kind of hit on that, hey, Cat Golightly, Geeky Mama Bear, how are you? Scooby-Doo fan, Chris K&L. So that's a really good concept of a well thought out plan on how to do a haunted house in the type of environment that we're in today. So obviously it's a drive-in type setting theme. You're going to have 4 cars at a time. You're going to have a green light, red light. You're going to have basically a canister that's going to be 6 feet away from you to unload candy in a ball, a cylinder. You're in, obviously, you're in your car, but doesn't mean you can't get scared in your car. The only thing that you do run into is that I could think of, even though it is a red light and green light. If somebody does say they get, I don't know, a little too scared, and they, instead of hitting the gas or the brake, they hit the gas.
What?
You know what I mean? That's the only thing that I could see is, you get a car full of people and they get freaked out, and all of a sudden the driver's like, oh, and they want to put on the brakes, but they end up hitting the gas, and all of a sudden
I
it
shouldn't
goes
be
slamming.
laughing. I shouldn't be laughing, but I can honestly see that happening.
I mean, that is something definitely that I would see. So what's your guys' thoughts in the chat? When you look at Halloween, there's a lot of hardcore Halloween fans, and there's a lot of people that want to have their parties. There's a lot of people that are going to find ways to, whether it's trick-or-treating or have something similar to this in their towns. Now, is that something that you could, would work in your town? Do you think you have a setting like that? Would it be something that you would like to do? I mean, would you go? Would you pay? Definitely, let's say you get the boyfriend, girlfriend, they're in the car. I mean, they're going. I mean, it obviously creates the ambiance of, that scare factor. There's movies where you're in the woods and you're in the car. Hey, Pop Spids, how are you? So, I mean, that's definitely, I like that. So let me see. I mean, Carl, would you be interested in watching that? Tell me.
Yes.
Yeah, he says give it a thumbs up. That's right. All right. So, hey Ness, how are you? So Ness, we were just talking about. They have a drive-through haunted attraction. You get 4 cars. It's a green light, red light setup. They're in the woods. They have a long tube that shoots out candy. So, not bad. I don't think it's that bad at all. So let's definitely, I would say, for me, I would give it the salute. I think Bub, we got to give the salute. That's right. We give it the Bub salute. All right. So one of the things I wanted to talk about, guys, before we do get into some of that animated stuff, in regards, because it is animated night, and we all love good animated horror movies. Monster House, Coraline. Definitely you guys have your favorites. So we'll kind of go from there. But what I wanted to get into first was haunted attractions. Okay. So let me go ahead and check something real quick. Matthew likes to send some IGs, and what is he saying? Oh, for everything to love of horror. I'll check that in a second. So let me go ahead and show you. I wanted to get into some haunted places. Okay, so what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to start out with the South. Okay, these are some places that are in the South, and all the way up to Halloween, we're going to kind of dive into places all over the world that have haunted attractions or haunted hotels or whatever the case may be. Okay. B-side. Oh, KNL, you won on Captain Pops, bud. Chris, you're always winning.
Yeah.
He always wins on those big channels. Like, very good. Go get it, Chris. Hurry. All right. So let me go ahead and pull this up for you. So, Big Dorks, what's in the box today? So the first place that I want to talk about is the Driscoll Hotel. Okay. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but it's the Driscoll Hotel. And let me go ahead and show you guys here. So this is the Driscoll Hotel. It's turning 130 years old. Okay. So in 1886, this hotel was built, and Colonel Jesse Driscoll was a cattle baron, and he spent about $400,000 to build this hotel. Now, obviously, $400,000 back then wasn't that much, But however, there was a drought, and it led to bankruptcy, and he ended up gambling away the hotel in a poker game. Well, he passed away 3 years later. The hotel wasn't completely finished, but he passed away 3 years later, and they believe that his spirit, that he died, close or in the hotel, or they found him in the hotel, and that his spirit was believed to be in the hotel. Well, in 1887, after the hotel got made and new owners and stuff, there was a 4-year-old girl, Samantha Houston, and what had happened was she had died in the hotel. She lost her life in the hotel as her parents were asleep, and she slipped out of the room, and she was playing with a ball. Well, the ball got away from her, so she was chasing the ball, and she had fell down a flight of stairs. Now, her dad had made a portrait of her, and that portrait resides in the hotel today. And some say if you look into the painting, you see her smiling back. And there's also some reports of hearing the bouncing ball late at night. So let me show you the portrait of Samantha here.
She's smiling right now.
Well, it's like a grin, like not so much a smile, but like a grin, like if you have that look at it, type scenario. But yeah, and I mean, and I can see hearing a ball in the middle of the night, things along that nature.
Yeah.
So that is the Driscoll Hotel. So let's real quick. We got some chats. Hey Ness, let's see what we got here. Just kind of going through there.
We got McDorks, we got Pops Fits, we got Toy, Unusual Unboxing, Cat.
Hey Tori, how are you, bud?
Cat, Go Lightly, Andrew.
So the next one that I wanted to show you guys is called the Cedar Grove Mansion Inn. Okay, let me go ahead and pull that up here real quick. Cedar Grove Mansion Inn. So now, obviously, things are scarier at night, or this is a little bit on the remodeled side, but they had this statue that was old on the older side. So you just look at these plantations, these houses, cemeteries, things like that in the South, and that's what we're talking about, is haunted places right now in the South. So what happened with this is it's a mansion that John Klein, he was an investor, an architect. He gave this in to his bride as a wedding present in the 1800s. They had 10 children. Yeah, 10 children. They were busy. They had 3 of them, though, however, passed away. Okay, 3 of them passed away. And as they went through time, mom also passed away in the house. Now, they went on to sell it. The house got sold, and they remodeled it. And then in 1983, Ted and Estelle Mackey had bought the house, and when they were restoring it, basically manifestations would appear, and they would say that they would see ghosts, in the area, and the ghost of children that they think that were, in the home. But they also made this a Union hospital. So during the war, and so there was sightings of civil soldiers seen wandering around the house, which obviously, you look at these houses, in the South, back in the days now imagine this in the 1800s. Don't imagine this as today, imagine in the 1800s, and, just basically, the paint jobs and, how everything was going to be set up. So that right there is the Cedar Grove. Now, let's see here. So with this one here that we're going to pull up is the Battery Carriage House Inn. So this is in Charleston. Okay, it's known as one of the more haunted places in Charleston.
I've been there.
And so this here is, just showing a little bit of, now it's always creepy. Some of this kind of reminds me of the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland. When you see them chasing each other, when you go through the ride and they're like chasing each other, or, or like the Pirates of the Caribbean, where the pirate's chasing the girl, and keeps going around the laps. But in 1993, the owner, Drayton Hasty, had mentioned a man staying basically, so it was a carriage inn. And apparently there was a guy who had stayed there, and he had reported that he was having a feeling of being watched. He said that he woke up and had saw a faceless torso in front of him. Now, the torso basically had layers of clothing, and as he reached out in that direction, because he was asleep, but he woke up, he heard like a shrieking noise that was in that direction towards him. So he booked out of there. But there was also reports coming in describing that same apparition was going through other rooms, and one guest had woke up in the middle of the night to a wooden chair being slammed into the wall, and nobody else in the room. So this Battery Carriage House Inn in Charleston has been known to be a very spooky house in regard. Yeah, definitely, guys, hit that like button. We definitely appreciate it. Let me go ahead and pull this next one up here for you. Now, this is in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Chapel Hill, Tennessee. And what this is you have a railroad. So this was a train brakeman, and the train brakeman had the night shift on the train, and it was going to Chapel Hill. Now he had to climb on top of the train, basically by putting the brakes on each car before it got to the station. Now on this particular night, the weather wasn't as good. He was actually thrown off of the boxcar and he was decapitated.
Nice.
So many locals would say in the legend that they would see up and down these little tracks, and not the lights that are in the back, but they would see strange light just kind of going up and down, like you were holding a lantern. And some believe that the brakeman was looking for his lost head. Now, this is also a story that they have also in Canada. So, it's one of these things like, who knows, but at the same time, that's what it would be set up similar, something like this, but that's the brakeman. So, this next one, this is the King's Tavern in Mississippi. Okay, the King's Tavern. Now, this right here is an old bar. Okay, so now remember, we're going back in time, guys. Like, a lot of things get restored at certain times, but this was a building that was 230 years old. It was the oldest in Natchez, Mississippi. And I don't know if I'm saying Natchez properly, but it's in Mississippi. It opened in 1789 by a man by the name of Richard King. Now, this tavern would host a lot of people, obviously people in town, but there was, boatsmen would come in and visit. There was notorious criminals. They had outlaws. There a lot of different people would come to this, tavern. Now, the guy that created the tavern, he actually hired this girl named Madeline. And Madeline, she was this beautiful 16-year-old girl. And so obviously she became a server in the bar. Back then they didn't have you got to be server, but as it turned out, she obviously they took a liking to each other. She became a mistress to Richard. Mrs. King found out about it, and so she definitely wanted to show him who was king. So she hired some killers, and basically they went and they put her body in the chimney of the tavern. And there she remained. Now, a family who bought it years later, when they were going through some restorations and they were going through some stuff, they did in the chimney, they found 3 mummified bodies, 2 men and a girl. Now, the men were never discovered as who they were, but many believe that the girl was Madeline. For many years, There was reports of her being tavern, things, glass falling, things of that nature. So that is that one there. And let's go to this one here. I wanted to show you guys let's see if I pulled this up. Okay. So this is the Bell Witch Cave.
I've been there. I've been there.
Okay. Awesome. So maybe you can kind of give us some insight after I kind of a little bit of the story. You can add to it. Anything chat you guys want to do. But John Bell, a farmer, he lived with his wife and children in 1804. They had 320 acres of farmland along the Red River. It was the summer of 1817. They're having a great time, farmers would, working hard. But when at night, they started to hear knocking sounds, doors and walls. And, they could have hear chains and things that were going on throughout the house and outside of the house. And they thought maybe, there's animals, and they weren't sure exactly. So they were like, let's go to our neighbor and get him to stay the night and see if we're not crazy, So the neighbor comes, he stays the night. And, he's neighbor's James Johnson. And basically, so the same thing was happening, and he was able to see this. And he said that, that others needed to know, they needed to investigate the farm and everything. And so it was told that on that area, that property, that there was a witch named Kate Betts, or Bats. So let me show you this here. So Betsy Bell, they called her Kate Bats, but she was believed, they dubbed her the witch, Bell's Witch. Yep. So they believed that she, for some reason, she wanted the guy, the farmer, dead, and that she did not want to allow their daughter to marry a certain neighbor, down the road. So I don't know if, she had passed. I don't know the full story of all of it, but it sounds very intriguing. Definitely, something that if you want to touch on a little bit, Dallas, anything you said you were there?
Pretty much she had blamed the farmer for her death. That's what it was. The witch had blamed the farmer for the death, so that was her way of getting back at him. It's the story that they told us when we went.
Yeah, so the Bell Witch, that's the information. So anything that you guys want to add, anything that you heard, something along there. So Pop Vids, would love to go to the cave.
Yeah.
And what would be kind of cool is, because that's an area where maybe possibly Yoj is close by or could go to.
Yoj is close by, yeah.
It would be kind of cool if maybe one day he could be able to take footage or some pictures. We can maybe for next month, we could see if maybe he'd be willing to do that. Now, I think that'd be kind of cool, and he doesn't have to go towards, he can go anytime during the day, but you're gonna leave the haunted places to the ghost. Well, just remember, McDorks, these guys always want to ride home with you.
Yep. They always want to hitchhike with you.
Comment off real quick. And then, but fear not, because we always have our pal Mickey. But yeah, so you have your ghosts. And like I said, you can take your choice, McDorks. Now, you can take ghosts, or as some people, would you take spiders? Spiders or ghosts? Oh, and
I'd take ghosts.
Okay, because some people, definitely when you have your Bloody Mary, you definitely have, you have your demons. But to some people, spiders are the ghost, right? And let me see here real quick for you. Yeah, that's the ghost right there. What do you think about that, Carl? But so those are our haunted attractions. Those are things that we definitely would like to check out.
I mean, there's a place up here by us, by me and LBD and Robert, called Willowbrook, and that's in Staten Island, and it's pretty much shit. I think it was like a
Matthew, I am on. Matthew said, "Do you want to come on?" I'm already on. Oh, the Bloody Mary. That's right, Christina Payne. Well, Christina, we have a lot.
And you have to say her name 3 times in a mirror. There's no mirrors around him, and it's not dark in his room. So
if you look closely, you might see right in the wall here.
Yep.
Very. But definitely, one of the things that I kind of wanted to just let you guys know is each Friday we're going to kind of unveil 5 or 6 haunted places. So we kind of dove into a little bit of the South. So if you guys have some suggestions, if you have some places to check out, let me know on IG. I'll be more than happy to research and look to put that in. We're looking about 5 or 6 inserts each week. And then let's see here. Now, I don't know if you guys got a chance to see. Let's see. Some of them can get past that bug spray. So she already knows my place is haunted, so I'm okay with ghosts. Nice. And and some people are like you look at mediums, right? You look at people that can so-called call and channel into a ghost. So what I wanted to get into real quick here, let me double check something. I want to make sure that I pull this up so I can show you guys. So Dallas, why don't you tell us a little bit about your stories with animated, like what you said, Nightmare Before Christmas, but
yeah.
Is there like any Japanese animated ones? Is there anything that you've seen that is pretty good as well?
I haven't really watched any of the Japanese anime ones. I mean, I watch a lot of the Japanese horror and the Korean horror movies, but like I don't get into like the anime horror stuff. I don't want to deal with that. So, but I know it's not really animated. Well, it's kind of animated, but Pan's Labyrinth, I would consider that a good movie too, because it's semi-animated. Because like Fano and the Pale Man are animated, sort of. So,
well, let's get into a little bit of the animated, guys. Now we all have our animated favorites. We all have movies that we really really enjoy. Okay, whether it's just a regular horror movie, whether it's Japanese horror, whether it's gore, there's all kinds of movies that especially this time of the year, that you really enjoy. But there's also those animated horror movies that have some good themes, good humor, a little bit of maybe some scare, a little bit of just some fun to it. So I want to kind of touch on those right now. So with this one here, obviously, I wanted to kind of look at the pictures because I have pictures. But we have a Corpse Bride.
Yep.
Now, obviously, a Tim Burton, film. He's made a lot of great films. He seems to have a direction that seems to be pretty familiar in a lot of his movies. Pick up on. But let me go ahead, and I just wanted to show the trailer. So now,
due to be married.
obviously, when you look at these type of
His parents were
films,
thrilled.
and you look at
Hers were
how the
filled
anime
with
is set
regret.
up,
But in a moment of panic,
Oh,
Victor desperately fled.
do you see some familiar? That's what I want to see, if you guys see some similarity.
Married the corpse bride instead.
Because
the bride.
now you got your black and white.
Creator of The Nightmare Before Christmas.
He likes his skeletons.
Maggots.
Comes a tale of wit, charm, and strife.
I'm not dead.
About a timid young man and the love of his life.
Victoria!
So I mean, definitely a
Corpse Bride.
good movie for Tim Burton.
To the newlyweds.
So what would you guys, just so your thoughts in the chat, I mean, did you see this movie? Did you like it? Do you get a thumbs up? Is it something you can be like, I'm not going to own it? Did you watch it and walk out? Dallas, were you able to see The Corpse Bride?
I have seen The Corpse Bride. I love that movie, and I want the pops.
So, and they recently came out with the pops. Now, which pop do you like? Is that the one with the skeleton, right? That was at the.
I like the skeleton, and I also like just the Corpse Bride in general. I wouldn't mind getting her at some point.
Okay.
They kind of mainstream.
Kind of mainstream. So Cat Golightly says, love The Corpse Bride, Coraline, and Nightmare Before Christmas. And yeah, I mean, and the thing is when you have these type of films and they constantly come out, I mean, they're different and you do enjoy them, because you could take if you do have a family, kids or nephews or nieces, and you want to take them to something that's somewhat on that scary side, but yet it's got the humor to it. It's got that adult humor, definitely. So, definitely a good one here. Where's she at? I need your comment up. Hey, Dead Zone, how are you, bud?
Hey, Dead Zone.
So Ness says, I've seen it many times, own the movie, and have the pops. Cool. So Tim Burton, when you look at his styles and you look at his animated styles, and then you go back to like Batman, are you seeing some similarities in that Batman film carried over into the animated? Or are you seeing a lot of same trends? What do you see there with, Tim Burton's type animated films?
Well, he definitely puts in like his own unique twist to all of his movies. I mean, not even just like his animated films, but look at like Big Fish, Big Eyes. He did Dumbo. He did the live action Dumbo. He did Edward Scissorhands. Like, he's done all these movies. He always makes sure, like, when you watch the movie, it's his movie. Like, you get that feel.
Do you see with Edward Scissorhands? Do you see some comparisons to something, say, like this movie here?
To Corpse Bride? I would say so. Yeah, definitely. You got this Edward. You can compare it to the Corpse Bride. That's disfigured, and all he wants is someone to love him, and that's what she wants. She wants someone to love her. So the whole story is them trying to find that special someone, and the trials and tribulations that they have to go through that movie.
Okay. So let's pull up here real quick. I want to go to the next one I wanted to talk about here. Let's see. Gotta find it. I think it's going to be, I put it in the background. Okay, so this next one, unfortunately, I put it in the background. Yeah. Usually, when you go through a whole list of stuff and you're just constantly putting all kinds of things on here, yeah, gives you that kind of, feeling where that's all right. We got it. We got it, guys. Check this out. We'll get the next one and just show you the trailer. We got that. So animated, when you look at, as a horror fan, okay, and you look at, something as a movie sense, and then now you're watching an animated. Is it something that you really enjoy? I mean, do you like one over the other, or is it complemented? Is it, does it have its own genre?
I'd say it's complimented. I'd say if you like horror, you most likely like animated horror at the same time.
Okay. So this next one we're going to pull up also, falls in that same, you get these animated black and white settings. You got your, little twist. You have basically feeling for the people in the storylines. So let's talk about this one here. And let's see.
He was a great dog, a great friend.
The best dog a kid could have.
When you lose someone you love, they never really leave you. They just move into a special place in your
For
heart.
those that have grown up, with pets, having a dog, is always, it's always tough when you have to say goodbye.
Yeah.
No matter, what happens, if they get, something happens on the road, or, I don't usually let my pet. So. And then obviously, this has that Frankenstein feel to it.
Yep.
So I mean, you're paying some homage to the old time, classics. And then you're using, obviously the twist. You have a dog first, to see what's going on. You got your young little scientist. See, it was the love that brought him back, not the lightning bolts. It's the love. There it is. Wow. Funny how they name him Sparky. Sweet. And then, oh yeah, Aurora.
I can fix that.
So you know what? So it seems like we always have, some type of movies, that come out like these with the animated, whether it's around Halloween or, it's September, you always get these type of films. So what do you guys think about Frankenweenie, guys? Did you guys enjoy it? Was it a movie that, so, is it one that you have at home? It was one you're like, oh, I haven't seen this one in a long time. I think I'll check it out. So now this one here made Aurora cry. So yeah, I mean, when you think of these movies, in the animated sense, I mean, they do tug at the heartstrings, growing up as a kid, one of the movies that I always had stood out with me was Old Yeller. And I think, between Old Yeller and Bambi, I think that's kind of what really kind of pushed me in the direction of being a animal lover, obviously feeling sad for things that happen. And now I didn't cry during Cujo, but, Old Yeller definitely got me. And, having these movies in the library, definitely great to be able to hang out, especially like, if it's a rainy, stormy night, but you still have power and you just want to curl up on the couch with, a nice warm blanket and just kind of pop it in and get some popcorn and, get the family, friends, loved ones, or, just, sometimes it's good to just watch them by ourselves because we don't have to worry about it. You just like, pause it when we need to. We don't have to like any of that. So, obviously Frankenweenie, is a good one there. Let's show you guys real quick the next one here that I had. Now, this one was I think this one's probably my one of my favorites. Just because I seen it a lot of times. You know, it's something I got to see with the boys. You know, they enjoyed it. But this one is Monster House. And so let's go ahead and show that real quick and break that down a little bit. Talk about these themes that are going on here. So when you look at, obviously we got fall, you know, things are always the fall settings.
Happens, call the police and hide in your closet.
He knows that.
Have fun with the center. Okay.
Now listen up. I control the TV, the stereo, and the phone. I'm not your mother. I'm not your friend.
Fine.
You got the babysitter from hell.
Has a legend.
There's something going on at that house.
Every street has a story.
I'll go ding dong ditch the house and you'll see. No ghost. Chowder, please.
Chowder, you always have the
Every house
Chowder, come back.
the buddy.
has a secret.
Then there's the house.
The house.
And that's the thing. And when you look at that,
Producers Robert Zemeckis and Steven Spielberg.
We have to fight back. Good luck, DJ. We'll be here if you need anything.
This summer, get ready.
So with this,
to cross over to the other side of the street. Monster House.
Officer, we have reason to believe that there's a dangerous creature inside that house. And it grabs things and pulls them
and of
in
course
and
they don't
eats them.
believe him, right?
We'll see you later.
Yeah. Now, obviously, you know, that movie came out in the summer, and I do remember it just going to the movie theaters and seeing it, and it was a nice film. You know, it was enjoyable. Obviously, Steven Spielberg, Robert Zemeckis. So, I mean, they did a great job with that. Definitely for me, it was entertaining. You know, the chats. Let's see here. Cat. Yeah, Monster House. We have Ness enjoyed it. You know, Kat enjoyed it. And then these are movies, you know, like sometimes you haven't seen them in a while, and so when you go back and you rewatch them, maybe you find a hidden Easter egg, or maybe, you know, you just kind of recapture, you know, the magic of that film. You know, animated films, basically, you know, for me, it gives me an opportunity to bond with the boys. You know what I mean? Now that they're getting older, they can watch some scary movies, you know, like a Chucky, no problem. But when they were younger, this is what we had to have. You know, this was our go-to. You know, which would give me a little bit of that feel, but you know, not like as if I was watching Jason Voorhees. You know, so let's real quick want to go to next one here. Now, this one goes a little bit on the darker side, but like I said, I am into you know, zombies, and you know, I always enjoyed that, and so I always liked.
Hey Eric, I gotta actually hop off for tonight.
You gotta hop off, bud.
Yeah, I gotta head to bed.
Okay, you getting tired?
Okay.
Well, hey, I appreciate you hopping on, bud.
Yeah, of course. I'll try and make it on next week if I can.
Yeah, like I said, and if you can get any information with any haunted houses or anything like that, let me know.
Yeah, we'll do. Got chat. Have a good night, everyone. Be safe out there and stay spooky.
All right. So just on this movie here, Resident Evil. Now the thing is, this movie is animated. But this really stayed true to like the video game sense. You know, that's what I liked about it. It wasn't the regular movie that you see. Now, I didn't mind the Resident Evil movies. You know, I still found them somewhat entertaining, but I just think that this kind of stayed true to the video game sense. That's why I enjoyed it, you know, a lot more. So let me go ahead real quick. Obviously, you have the famous Raccoon City. Everything seems to be going okay. There's just that moment. Just know something is not quite there, but you always have pandemonium breaks. Of course, they're in a subway, airplanes, airport. So there, it gives you a little bit of it, just a little taste of it. But the Resident Evil. Now, if you remember playing those games, whether it's in the arcade or at home, just having like the zombies pop out, was really, jump scares, was a lot of fun with that. But definitely, Resident Evil, for me, I enjoyed the zombie films. So for me, I enjoyed seeing this from the animated sense. Definitely wanted to add it to the list. And, obviously for Bub, he appreciates it. That's right. So let's move on a little bit. And like I said, if you guys in the chat, I mean, if you think of some other animated horror films out there, maybe one that I haven't seen, feel free, drop that, knowledge. Let us know. These are just a few of them that I was just pulling up and going through, some of the main ones there. So let's see here. All right. So let's do this here. Oh yeah, we have. And of course, spend a little bit of time on this one.
Coraline, I don't have time for you right now. And you still have unpacking to do. Lots of unpacking.
No, this house.
So now, obviously, Coraline.
Old. So explore it.
Yeah, the dogs. Now with Coraline, obviously, an interesting film. Imagination, when you start figuring out how the mom, sewing the eyes.
You're just in time for supper, dear. You're
Buttons.
not my mother. I'm your other mother, silly. We've been waiting for you.
Now Coraline is obviously a classic. I mean, it's definitely, it's one of those things. Do we?
You probably think this world
do we make another one?
Come true.
That's what people want to know.
But you're wrong.
You do like it here, don't you, Coraline? You could stay here forever.
Now, is Coraline?
Really?
Would this?
There's
Yeah,
one tiny
for
little thing
for
we
so
need
many years, it creeped Logan out too.
Black is tradition.
I think it still creeps him out. Especially with the buttons and just everything that it was bringing
Everything's better,
throughout the whole movie.
but it's all
Other dimension,
You're going to stay here forever.
Hey, Tammy. So now with Coraline, would this be one that you can make into a real life, like they've done with, some of the other Disney movies? Could you make this a live action, movie, and would it fit? Could it be done if it was with the right director? Could you see this being that type of film? Something similar. Maybe a little bit of half animated, half now they have the button. So now, obviously, with Coraline, that's definitely probably one of my favorites. To go through. We have that film. I've seen the doll in Target, but she's going for like $30, and I've always sat there and said, do I want to spend $30 on her? Do I, but definitely have a few pops, the Coraline pops. So Coraline, do you make the sequel? Nightshade said earlier, no. But is there some unanswered questions that could be done through the sequel? So no live action Coraline for Ness. Okay. And that's the thing, is when you have films like this that have always been a pleasure to watch, you just enjoy them as is and don't do anything else with them, and just let them be what they are for the years to come and the new generations to enjoy. Or do you tinker? That's the question. Do we tinker? So, and the thing that I had, a couple of questions, like I said, I was hoping, obviously Robert would be here. Hopefully he's doing okay. I don't know what the weather's like. For him not to be here, so I'm a little worried. Hopefully, Robert's okay. I was just going to check real quick and see if there's any information in regards. So let's see here. Oh, let's see here. So Matthew, real quick, let me do this. All right, just 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. So with Coraline, when you look at some of these films from the past, okay, like you have the Twilight Zone, like Talking Tina. Do you see a lot of similarities pulling from some of the old style movies and series and stuff like that, how they get that inspiration for something? B-Side, yes, I do have it. I do have it, and I was going to either do it in a video, so I was going to open it in a video, but I do have it. It is with some of my boxes, so it arrived safe. So I definitely appreciate that. But I was going to do a video because I had a couple of other boxes, and so yeah, so I was looking to do that and give you a little bit of a shout out in the video. So if that works for you, if you're okay with that, but it did arrive, and so I really appreciate it. B-Scythe sent me a package. He was on it last week, and he was able to get the Alien, and then Ness as well. She was able to win that as well. Of course, Ness has a tendency to win a few things. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a little box for her, and then I'm going to ship it out at the end of the month. It's a little bit easier on the shipping, when instead of shipping out like every other week, just kind of do that. But what I wanted to show you guys, obviously, Halloween, is obviously a fun time of the year.
Since someone wishes my advice,
yes,
are too close. Step back a bit. Now I can see you. Always remember, a conscience is what hurts when all your other parts feel so good.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Always got to get some advice from the crystal ball. So one of the things that I found, but I think I'm going to save it for next week. I was looking for the spirit glue. Now, I don't know about you guys, where you guys are, but going into some of the places, are you seeing some Halloween stuff up? Now, Spirit, I was able to go into Spirit, but tonight I went to CVS and there was some, Halloween stuff up. I was at Walmart just the other day and there was nothing for Walmart. Now, are you guys seeing stuff in your Walmarts? because I mean, I don't know what's going on with the Walmarts and the Halloween, but usually the costumes and everything's up. I haven't even seen anything in Target. So, are you guys at all seeing anything in your Walmarts and Targets? Let me know. But Christina, I don't scare. But that's basically, one of the things that we were just kind of showing through is the animated stuff, and then we wanted to show you the haunted haunts, some of the ghost places, and let's see here. So I don't know if a lot of you guys got to come in the beginning, but I just wanted to show you our new intro for the show. So let me know what you guys think. Let's see if that'll pop up. So that is our new intro to kick the show off. So what do you guys think about that? So not really any Halloween at Walmart. Okay. That's, God. And I know that a lot of places are not having Halloween, or they're trying to, just say we can't do it with what's going on. And there's a lot of people that really still love the holiday and don't want to lose the holiday. And that's why you see like some of these haunted house places that we're going to, that are creative in making ways where people can still have that scare. So you definitely want to enjoy that. Let's see. Coraline, pull up one of the pops real quick here. And skip that real quick. All right, let's see if we can. Obviously, Coraline is really cool. So, you have a lot of varieties with Coraline. Her different outfits. Her raincoat. You got the buttons. You got Mom here. So, how many of you guys have the whole complete set of Coraline, or are you guys still wanting to get it, or is it something that's not an interest to you? I think, having the Coraline set is pretty cool. I know they're not of extreme value, but they're still cool pops. Obviously you have, she has a lot of different outfits, and you got the cat. So that's what's cool about that. Trying to see if there's anything different. So here's the Coraline in pajamas, the fall convention exclusive. Anybody score that one? That'd be a good one to have. So yeah, were you guys able? So you only have the diamond edition. Okay. The diamond edition. And B-side, we just sorted our Halloween and extra stuff. Definitely 3 times the Halloween stuff and Xmas. Here's the thing that I love about Halloween that to me is the best way to do it. Now, a lot of times people will go in and lay down a lot of money for Halloween. I obviously wait until the end of the holiday. I go the next day to Spirit, get stuff 50% off, or I kind of wait it out. Like we have a local Kmart here, and a lot of times it jumps up to 75%. You get obviously Walmart the next day and Target. Now, I've gone into Target and got Halloween costumes at 90% off. So I have a trunk of Halloween costumes. And then what I do is when Halloween comes, I list them on social media, and I list them at a pretty much a decent price. So let's say I got it it's normally a $30 costume, and I got it for $2. I would sell it for like 10, 15, depending on, the type of costume. And then you get families that still get to get them at a cheaper, rate. They're still brand new, not used. And then I would take that money and put it towards what my boys want and then whatever they need. So I'm not spending a lot of extra money. Not only that, I would buy everything that's on clearance for Halloween. Like, no matter what I could come across, whatever they have, if you have tubs and storages, or if you have a house where you can put stuff, you throw it in there, because why spend, like $30-$40 for something that, right after the holiday, a week later, you possibly are going to get it 90% off. Just like Christmas. Now, Christmas does go faster. A lot of people run out, right after Christmas and start loading up on, the paper and the knickknacks and ornaments and stuff. And I get that. They're actually supposed to come out with some Halloween ornaments. I'm going to see if I can find that real quick. But my aunt told me there was like a Michael Myers Christmas ornament. I don't know if you guys have seen that. But that'd be pretty cool. Like, just have a collection of horror ornaments, that you can hang on your tree. How many of you guys have seen that, where people have done, and do you guys do that, where you do a horror theme Christmas tree? Let's see. Yeah. And I mean, that's kind of what you do. And the thing is there's a lot of cool stuff you can put away. And then the surprise of it is you forget about it. And then when you go to open up your tubs to get everything out, you're like, oh man, I forgot I bought this, or this is pretty cool. I'm glad that I have it, like it's going to come in handy. Whether it's a mask, whether it's, just something you could put on the table, just some kind of display, you definitely, or, honestly, you got to be able to get your Halloween candy too, because this year, they have like your Reese's Bats, these are really cool. And then, like your Kit Kats, like the wrappers, what they've done now is they make them glow in the dark, like that's what I want to do. I want to watch my candy glow in the dark and prolong me being able to get into my candy. I don't think so. I want the candy now. You know what I mean? And that's one of the things I was going to kind of show you guys too, is, let me pull up real quick here. I want to kind of get your thoughts on some of this stuff. So, are you guys bakers? So you really want a good alien mask? Yes. Now there is something that's supposed to come out beside like a face hugger. Like, it's a very large face hugger. It looks really, really cool. And if I can remember where I saw that, when I find it, what I'll do is I'll send it to you Instagram. But it looks really, really sick. And I definitely would like to have that. So what do you guys, with your decorations, okay? Do you guys start decorating in September? How long do you guys leave your stuff up? What about, what are some of your Halloween traditions, that you do with the kids or family, or that you have done? What are some things that you make, some treats? So let me show you this here real quick. Let's take a look here. So now you look at a lot of these food items, and just some ideas, it's stuff to do with the bell peppers here, which is really, really cool. How many of you guys have, done this? You get the bell peppers, you put the spaghetti with the brains, coming out. That's pretty cool. I've actually done this one for the boys. I've made this one with the cookies and the teeth. So done that one. This one's pretty cool too. A little snack here. You got the peanut butter, and then you got the strawberries and the marshmallow eyes. So very cool. Then you got the tacos. Check out the tacos. So that's awesome. And I think this is really cool too. Like, look at that right there. That's awesome right there. That little skeleton guy. Let me see if I can. I don't want to make him bigger. Let me see something here real quick. If I can do that. Trying to figure out. Maybe here. Oh. All right. So, anyways, generally you got a lot of cool ideas. You know, here you got the forks and the eyeballs. You got the marshmallow. Look at these little brain stuff. So a lot of really, really cool ideas to do, whether you just like your vegetables or your sweets. You know, this one's always cool right here. Like little graveyard cups. And then you've seen this one with the spider. Very, very cool. So do you guys, let's see here. What do you guys do? I mean, do you guys make some stuff like that? Let me see. Hold on. All right. Trying to get your, for some reason it's not pulling up the comments. There you go. Let's see what B-Size says. So October 1st until we put up Christmas. So awesome. So you put up your holidays. You have a huge neighborhood, the kids party with a witch's cauldron, a root beer, dry ice, homemade treats. Like, see, that's cool. Like, that's a great neighborhood. Now, do you guys decorate the houses for trick-or-treaters? Like, do you guys put stuff in the front yard? My dad, he lives in Texas, and it's probably like one of the things that have really got me into horror was my dad. But he decorates his house every year, and he makes it a big thing. And a lot of people come, you know, all over the place, and you know, he does a lot of that. One year when I was 12, I got to help him and, you know, be a part of that. I remember it, you know, it always has stuck with me. So, you know, those memories are a great thing. So let's see here. My Halloween parties, I always did a main event for my guest. One year they were surprised by coming to my funeral. Oh, so you did like a Halloween party and then you made it appear like it was a funeral. Oh, interesting. Okay. So Kat, you know, but that's the thing, Kat. We're still kids. You know, we can make them for ourselves too. Like, I mean, I think they're a lot of fun. You know, I mean, definitely, I think they're a lot of fun. When you look at what can you do with Halloween, you know, it opens the doors. You know, there's so much with it. Let me see here. I'm going to pull something up and see, because I'm very curious. I haven't even actually looked this year. So we're gonna take a look at this, and you guys tell me, like, what is your ideas for costumes? You know, like, is there something? Are you on the creative side? Do you make your costumes? Do you, you know, buy them at the store? You know, what do you got going on? Now, Jake, the last 3 years, he's won the Halloween costume contest at his school. We've made him into a snake. And we bought a box, like a black box, and he came out of the snake like a snake charmer. His eyes are all done, all really nice. We made him into a baseball statue. Now you see here, you got the family theme going. You know, you got that. You know, you have, you know, obviously people that are really, really creative with their outfits. Very cool. Obviously a lot of Maleficent. This looks pretty cool right here. So I mean, that's a good idea. So you definitely have, a lot of costumes. Little cutie pie. So let's see. The mummies. So there's a lot of do-it-yourself type costumes, and that's definitely. So you got that either looks like a cross, but it looks like a Cleopatra. All right. So just kind of looking, here you got, Red Riding Hood and Wolfman, Rara the Wolf. So here you got your Lock and Key. So just kind of going back to that real quick with you guys. So Tammy, so you make your own. Okay, very cool. I think that's a great idea to do that. So Kat, you would only decorate on the outside of Halloween. Since the last time I decorated outside was in the 6th grade and someone stole all my decorations. And I think that's that sucks about that too is, because you really want to decorate and you want to really make it nice. But there are people that come around and they do stuff like that, whether they damage it. Creepy clowns. Okay, so definitely, let's see here. Well, I mean, especially when it came out. I mean, that was definitely something right there. Let's see. Let me pull this up here for you. All right. Oh, it's the other one. Let's see. Hold on. All right. Wish there was an easier way to slide these over. I'm gonna make one of the things I'm gonna do too is make some slides. That will be easier to pull up. So you look at some clowns. Now that you mentioned that Scooby-Doo fan. So clowns are always one of the either scary, comical, or creepy. You definitely don't know what to think of clowns sometimes. Definitely, there's some that wouldn't scare you. And that guy, that one just looks a little sad. Tears of a Clown. Dun, dun, dun. Then you got Bozo the Clown. Interesting. Now, just the time that it takes to, have to put that makeup on, you know what I mean? It's almost like it'd be nice if they had like a template. All I had to do is just kind of fit into the template and just automatically put the makeup on. Then, of course, you got that guy. Everybody wants his pops now, Mr. Ronald. Got Krusty. And that guy. And, of course, there he is, the one Christina has in her house, Pennywise. And then, the killer clowns, So those are always cool. How's it going, Ross? How are you, bud? We're just kind of talking a little bit about anime horror. That's kind of what we got into today a little bit. We were doing that. And, also we were talking about just like Halloween in general. We're talking about haunted places. Basically whether it's haunted taverns or haunted houses or, ghosts. Just one of those things. And then obviously, these guys, we love these guys. Always hitch a ride with you. But this one that always gets me is when I see the shadows, like it just sits there and then boom, just goes right across. That freaks me out with that sometimes. But let's see here. So she makes her own. And I don't know why it's not letting me do my comments. But I also have, I wanted, since you guys are here, Scooby-Doo fan, if you guys wanted to. Now, this is a different format tonight because normally when I do this show, I have somebody with me. I thought Robert was going to be here. I had some questions. We were going to do a Ask Charlie segment, to kind of go off of there, just kind of some of the themes of the animated movies that are out there. So I ask you guys, chat, what is your favorite animated film? Do you have a favorite animated horror? We also have, there's another one I wanted to pull up too. Let me go ahead and find that real quick because I wanted to add him to the list. Hold on here. All right. All right, so let's see. All right, let me share that for you guys. And then you can tell me what you guys think of this one, if you've seen it. All right, so here we go. Let me put this back here.
Meet Norman Babcock. His family is a little annoying.
Can't you be like other kids your age and...
I thought you said kids my age were too busy shoplifting and joyriding.
His friend is slightly peculiar.
Will you get the door?
I'm busy.
Are you freeze framing Mom's aerobics DVD again?
No.
And he has a gift
Good morning.
that is rather strange.
Hi, nice to see you guys.
Hey,
peace, man. Totally. How you doing?
Oh, YouTube's being weird?
How you do?
Can you see ghosts like all the time? Yeah. Awesome.
Oh, nice.
Now, you know who I am.
The weird, stinky old bum who
So
lives
now
up
with
the hill?
Paranorman,
I was asking him. I'll bet no one told you about the witch's curse.
got the
kid.
statues
To
in
save
the
his
town.
town. The ghost is going to wake up and raise the dead. You're the one who has to stop it. He'll need a little help.
I got you.
And a
Yeah,
lot.
now you got obviously the zombie theme.
What do we do next?
I don't know. I don't know.
You're the oldest.
Not mentally.
This summer,
Norman.
Norman
Got the
is
Biff,
so
the Biff
Norman.
like
when the zombies come knocking,
Back to the Future type.
Is everyone all right? Nobody got bitten? I bit. I hung. Did that count?
only true heroes
I figured it out. I know a way to stop this. Oh yeah.
can answer the call.
What's really scary?
There's nothing wrong with being scared, Norman. So long as you don't let it change who you are.
Yeah, with Paranorman, like where does that stand with you guys? Have you guys seen it? Is it a movie that you'd be interested in seeing? I enjoyed it. I thought it was. We saw it in the movie theaters. I thought it had some interesting tidbits. He wants us. Definitely enjoy that one. Let's see here. Then there's another one that I was thinking of. Oh, obviously. Let's see with these guys if they pull up. There we go. Can't go wrong with these guys as well.
This is an average American family. And so is this. And so are these. Every
these
family is
guys.
different. But some families are more different than others.
Now, did you enjoy the TV series? Did you enjoy the animated series more than the movie?
It's horrible.
Do they keep trying to rehash it? Obviously there's the characters, a lot of characters to enjoy in the movie.
Wednesday, what do you have there?
I'm not sure.
Strange. There's usually a murderous clown attached to the other end of these. Come now, Gomez.
So with
Don't forget to kick your father goodnight.
Yes, Mother.
and with the Addams Family, you get a lot of the characters. You know, that they're reimagined. But I think they did overall. They did a really good job with it. We saw this one on DVD.
Well done, Pugsley.
How I wish something would liven up this already tedious day.
He's probably my favorite.
Thanks for trying, Ichabod.
Obviously, you get the a lot of all-star cast in there. So you know, definitely Hotel Transylvania. Now they also had. Did you like the first one? Did you like the sequels? You know, I definitely liked the first one. So I thought that was pretty good. What else? You know, what else do you guys think of when you think of animated that you maybe haven't seen in a while? You know, and you're thinking like, oh man, I gotta go see this again, or I gotta sit down. You know, that's what I think of with my boys. I'm like, hey, we haven't seen this one in a while. Let's check it out. Let's have a, you know, bonding night with this. You know, no games, no nothing. We're just gonna watch a movie. You know, so that's the fun part about it. So what I wanted to ask you guys, and I know Ross, I know you were hanging around, and I wanted to let you know, Ross, I downloaded a new version of Quiplash. It's a Quiplash XL, and it is on my list of things to do. So just so you know, you know, originally we were thinking about having some quizzes, but Robert does the quizzes. So I wanted to show you guys. I wanted to go down this list and make sure. There was also, I don't know if you guys have seen it. I've heard about this, and I'm kind of curious. It's called Extraordinary Tales. So it's an anthology of Edgar Allan Poe stories. So definitely something I would like to check out. So I don't know if you guys have seen it, but let me know, comment in regards. But what I wanted to ask you guys is your thoughts, okay? This is something that I probably would have been asking Charlie, but you know, a lot of you guys in the chat, you guys can help me out with this. Would you say is animation a genre? You know, what makes animated horror so successful? Like, I mean, you look at horror movies, why is the animated side of it? I mean, do you think it's successful? Do you think that when they come out that, you know, they're well perceived? But yeah, I agree, Kat. Definitely on the comments for the Edgar Allan Poe. I think that's pretty cool. So it was on Netflix and you watched it. So let me know, Ness, because I know I value your opinion. So, but what would you guys say? Animated horror, you know, does it appeal more to people because of the genres and the themes that are in the films? You know, obviously you can take, you know, I can take my boys to, you know, a Paranorman, you know, when they were younger. You know, I can't take them to a Michael Myers. You know, now they're older, I can take Logan to Michael Myers. You know, Jake can see a Chucky, you know, and I don't feel as bad. Now they still can't do a Jason Voorhees or a Nightmare on Elm Street because there's still a lot of adult content that is just not appropriate for them at this time anyways. But what I was going to say is, you know, horror anime, you know, there's not many that's being made lately. Is it because, I mean, is there a few good ones that exist and that basically it's financial, or is it a lack of culture and incentive? You know, what are we looking at here with the animated side? Because you do have some good animated films. Now, when you look at something like The Addams Family, you're taking a classic, you're taking a TV show, and you're pushing the dough or the ball down the hill, and you're letting it roll into different directions, and you're just kind of reinventing it in different ways. It's the same characters, same concept. You're just using it in the terms of here. So if you can do something like that for the Addams Family, you know, can you do that for the Munsters? Can you do that for, you know, can you take a Coraline and give it a new spin? You know, maybe you don't make a sequel, but you reinvent the original, reimagine, that they talk about. Is there animated films that maybe, back in the 80s that maybe would be better now? That's the things that you kind of look at. So animation, it's a method, obviously where, they manipulate the figures and to appear as moving images, and they use the CGI, and that's what's great about that. But the main culture, that's kind of what I wanted to say was, many concerns. Like, here's the thing with the animated, okay? There's many concerns of cultural representation, psychological effects on children, basically are the topics that come up with animation. So in this industry, for its inception into the mainstream culture. So, what do you guys think about that? Like, does it toy into the psychological effects of children? Do we have concerns on the cultural representations in your animated, horror? What are your thoughts? What do you guys think about that? And so, and then, I wanted to, like I said, I did have, it'd be kind of cool if you guys wanted to play a couple of Quiplash games would be fun, and then just kind of round it out a little bit. So let me know your thoughts. What do you guys think about the horror, the animated? Does it pull on the psychological strings of the kids? Is it something that the industry knows about this? Do you just love it? Do you like the animated horror more than regular horror? Your thoughts on that? Let me go ahead and pull something up. Okay. Oh my God. Let me give you this real quick while I'm doing that. I'm going to pull something up real quick for you guys' entertainment here. Because it is definitely time of the year for haunted attractions, and definitely let me take a look at something here. Okay, so let's take a, so this one here is going to be from in Florida area. So I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with some of these areas, or if you've heard of these.
Specifically, we're in front of the 13th floor haunted house. I'm joined today by Tristan.
Oh, hey!
Hey!
Long time no see. Well, fancy meeting you here. Hey, I think it's going to get to a point now that you just don't ever know exactly what haunt you're going to find me at.
No, you just pop up in the last year. Tristan was at Ark Mortis Haunted House in Alabama. He showed me around, but now you are at 13th floor here in Jacksonville, Florida.
This is the first room that you find yourself lost in. I, much as I've learned with other haunts that I've worked with, and for,
so now I want to look and see.
Norman Rockwell.
There you go. Any kind of hidden gems that you guys might notice.
Much like horror films, you start off with a little creep, get a really good pop, and then it's just a nice little wall going through. You want to get there.
Gives you kind of that Texas Chainsaw feel to it a little bit.
A closet hider has one of our favorite things that you enjoy.
Oh, gosh!
She controls the air cannon.
That was a big one.
That's the one air cannon that we have here, so you're good for the rest
Okay.
of the
I gotta love the air cannons. Those are always important in haunted houses.
All right. All right, so we're leaving the Plantation Manor.
We're leaving the main house, the big house, and we are entering into our garden. This area is actually super cool. All of these are real trees, real logs. So I'll show you. We do have some really cool stuff here to hang out right there.
It's so different when you walk through during the daytime opposed to like nighttime with other people.
We got the pop scares and stuff too. And as you can see through here, you can find our Necronomicon.
Oh, the Necronomicon right there. Oh gosh!
Never know what you're.
That is loud. Oh, these like bungee cords to.
It's actually a really cool fact. And it really freaks some people out too.
Rushing.
The anaconda squeeze.
Through here.
This little grody bathroom. There are a few Gator fans that walk through.
Gator fans on the toilet. Oh, creepy dolls. So many creepy
the
dolls.
dolls.
Oh, there he goes. Oh my gosh. Rip that person apart.
And I will say, this whole area is extremely actor driven. Our guys that live here, they give absolutely everything. I mean, to be honest, it is a lot of hallways. It's a lot of very small, tight-knit scenes. So it's really the actors that make these type areas like really stand out.
Scarecrow hats. Oh, what's coming? What's coming?
Our sewer offices.
This receptionist is a skeleton.
How just safe we are with our accident-free zone.
It's been 18 days. Oh, you got me, zombie. Oh, jeez. In the freezer. Oh, there's a dead body.
And as you're walking across the water feature, our giant eel comes out and attacks you.
Hey there, giant eel.
It's Eileen. Big nasty guy.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
He's fine?
he's super. Everybody's gonna love the big Gorgon animatronics, right?
Oh.
One of our more impressive scenes is always.
Oh, there he goes.
Very cool. That's awesome right there.
This is where we enter into La Llorona.
La Llorona.
We have a riverboat.
Yeah.
It's literally sinking
Hey,
in the
Robert.
middle of our haunted house.
That is awesome.
So as we walk through here, of course, the boat's starting to sink, so
It's
you
a
can't
little
quite expect to walk
slanty.
through straight up, right? No. And the disorientation continues as you
Oh, I love this.
Let's work off the different sides. He's really doing a good job.
Okay. This entire
So obviously, when you go into these haunted houses, you know, you don't know where the scare's going to come from. Hey, Sassy Cajun, how are you?
Supposedly going to cure us of this curse.
Oh no! That snake is. Snake is eating that man. Whoa!
Oh, cool.
Okay, giant. Boo. So this is the operation of the what's the eel's name?
Eileen.
Eileen the eel.
That's cool how they do that. See a little behind the scenes.
Oh.
This is a freestanding little property here. Super simple, super effective though. Basically, hot hands. And just hang out here in the back. Wait for the group. As soon as the group comes in, push a button.
So this is the air compressor that operates the whole haunt.
Oh, that's cool. See, I mean, you get to see a little bit of how they do these haunted houses
When
with
you
the
get blast
compressors.
compressed air, It's this massive thing that is.
Fresh air is very
jettisoning
important in a lot of the
towards you.
scares, jump scares, and things that pop up.
Dang. This is your Christmas?
Right here and right down here is Christmas, and then this was we did Love Bites for Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
It was an 80s thing.
Okay, so yeah, so it's these
So we
little-
got a lot of Love Jack, every night hat.
something. I'm ready. All right, we're getting ready to head in.
Now this is it at night, so this is what's cool, the big setup.
Oh, jeez.
Come to unearth the secret of our mansion.
So this is what we missed, this year, and this is the hard part, is seeing stuff like this.
Inside the manor.
All right.
We're so very.
A lot of people look forward to creating these haunted houses, working at them, being able to go to them. It's definitely a part of Halloween.
Oh my gosh. Horrible. Oh!
Now, see, that wasn't.
All right, into the
obviously didn't
bathroom.
expect that.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh. All right, we're outside. No. Walk.
Kind of fun to go
Right here.
to.
Don't jump out of me again. That was enough. Oh!
When you go into these places like this, I mean, this is what creates that mood. You got the lights. You don't get to see a whole lot.
Where are you going? Oh, jeez! Oh, creepy doll room. Ah! Ah, who are you? Who are you?
Please help me, please, you have to help me.
I can't. Oh, no. Okay, go.
So the London Dungeon.
Oh, I thought I know you wanted help.
And I'm gonna peel it back. Layer by layer.
Oh, okay.
More bones, the other way.
Oh, that guy!
That sounds pretty cool.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
So Tori went to Germany for a class in college. The guys from Ghost Hunters International were staying in their hotel.
Administrative offices.
That's pretty cool.
Ah! Oh God! You were hiding. Oh. Ah!
Oh yeah.
Oh, what was that? Oh, gotta get out of here. Oh, jeez. Oh, so close. What? Oh, my God, you're all over me. Spiders. Oh, my gosh.
That's a lot of cool stuff right there. So obviously when you go into these haunted houses, I mean, everything's really, really well done. A lot goes into it. The actors are getting into it. There's a lot of areas, the darkness, creates the mood.
Oh, stay away.
Definitely, I mean, this is definitely one that I would love to go to and just have some fun with this one.
Oh, geez.
You got a lot of different themes in there.
Gosh.
The lighting is great.
Oh, my gosh.
They got the
Oh my God!
got
There's
the
a
fog,
bride,
the
I guess
air
Lord of
going,
Laughing out of the swamp.
dry ice.
Oh.
So you got that alien feel to it with the green light.
Oh my God!
I'm surprised that this guy's even staying in. You just think he's going to run out. There's of course. Can't have one without that. See, and that's the hard part. We just can't do all this.
Oh, look, he dances. Hey! Oh, how cute.
All right. So, when you get in these haunted houses, I mean, it's an awesome thing because it sets the mood. When you go with your friends, I mean, you're expecting to get scared. The people that are screaming, they're getting scared. So there's a lot going on, and that's what I miss this year. That's what I miss is those that feel of a haunted house. I was actually looking forward to taking Logan to the haunted house this year. He's at that age where I want to introduce him, and I know he's going to be scared, but it'd be a lot of fun. I even think Jake would probably end up going, even though he's only 10. I still think he would say I want to go too. So that would have been a lot of fun for that. So let me do this for you guys. All right, so we got a new Quiplash game, guys. So this Quiplash is Quiplash XL. So I wanted to try it out, give it a little test run. So I wanted to see you guys are more than interested. You get in there, you go to Jackbox TV, and there's the code for that. And then and that's the beauty of it. So so I got this one now. I want to kind of see how it does, how it's different from the other one. It's supposed to be, like I said, Quiplash extra large. So that's what's cool about that. So there's the code. So hop on in there. There you go, Sassy. Come on, Payne. Chris, get in there. The crying girl reminded me of one time I went a haunted hayride. Oh, haunted. She jumped right in my cousin's husband's lap. See, and that's what makes the haunted houses. That's what makes when you there's always one person that just really it gets to. They want to go. They're hanging out with their friends, and they're gonna go. But when they get there, oh man, the shit hits the fan. They are absolutely just terrified, and that's what makes it a lot of fun. Well, Ross was here earlier, so if he would have stuck around for a little bit, he would have been. I had on there where we're going to play some Quiplash. Christina can summon him if she wants. So let's see. Let me see if I can find Ross. All right, so let's see. We'll see if we can use the crystal ball.
You have come for my wisdom. I have but one recommendation for you. Eat well and stay fit. You'll die anyway, but at least you look better.
All right. See if we can get old Rossi. And of course, I gotta love my old Jason. All right. Okay, so there's we got Ness, Sassy Cajun, we got Chris. So we got 3 more spots in there. Tori, if you want to get in there, it's up to you. All right. So let's see here. I'll give it a few minutes. It's 8:27, so I'm actually going to give it to 8:30, and then we'll run it at 8:30 real quick. So let me see here. Oh, once again. Now, Carl, he wants to watch. Then, let's see what we got here. Okay, no problem. Like I said, we got 3 spots. But yeah, we definitely appreciate you guys hanging out here tonight. Like I said, when we do these shows, we prepare them. We look at to go in a certain direction. But the thing is, it makes it hard sometimes when it's just me. Like this show is not really geared for just one person. It's really nice to have some feedback, with somebody on the stream, and obviously talking with you guys in the chat. But when I do some questions or I pull some stuff up, we're trying to look to have some interaction on the camera. But definitely appreciate you guys hanging out and making it go smoothly for us. And that's how it works. We're all family. It's a good place to hang out on Friday night sometimes. And, we always have a variety. We got great Halloween stuff coming up in October. And, we're going to do that each week. We're going to unveil haunted places. We're going to look at costumes. We're going to look at, decorations. Everything Halloween is always going to be in the next screen. So, oh, look who decided to show up. Matthew, I got something for you, Matthew. A little bit of love for you, Matthew. And it's Halloween style, Matthew. Where's it at? Let's see. Here you go, Matthew. That's give our love for Matthew. He likes to salute. All right. Scary Terry. All right. I think that's Tori. Let's see here. Hold on just 1 second. I want to make sure something. So everybody's accounted for. Hello, Ross. So Ross is here. So definitely, Ross. We got to give, since Ross showed up, we got to give him a salute. So here we'll see. Yes. So okay. So it is Tori. Okay. Perfect. So everybody that's in here, I can account for, and I know. So that's great. So just so you guys know, it is a adult stream, so feel free to use whatever you want for the quiplash. One of the things that we don't do is, you want to be respectful. So a lot of times in the past, Ross has been a subject of some quiplashes, and so we'd like to try to be more creative and go in a different direction. Let's see how that works for everybody. All right, so let me go ahead and get this started. It's brand new, so let's see how it works. All right, hold on. Where is that at? Oh, I got to press right here. That's why. All right. All right, guys. Here we go. Couldn't think on that one. Oh well. Oh, all right, let me give. Ross.
What's up? I just got done eating and I was washing my dishes and my phone was like bleep, bleep, bleep.
Is today your Monday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. So this is a new one that so I was like I want to see how different it is, but
I didn't even see how bad I did on that last one. Wow. Okay.
All right, Chris. So getting a little bit more comfortable.
What's up with the mask?
I don't know.
147th day of Christmas? I don't know how your true love got her.
You know that's got to be Matthew.
Yeah.
Yep.
My new neighbor upstairs, she just will
Well, I
not.
won't let you vote. Maybe got to wait for it to come in.
Okay. Somebody had a hard time thinking of something good there. These are
Yeah.
like
That question was tough. I mean, looking at it, like, I mean, you're trying to figure it out, but I was like, oh well, horror stream, so. Did you get the spastic drop?
I saw them.
The Freddy Funko?
Oh, the $59 mystery box?
Yeah.
No. Why? Was there something I should have wanted to get?
Well, I think it was Freddy Funko. Freddy Funko is Fred Flintstone.
I didn't see that one. I saw Freddy Funko as Leo, but that wasn't the lion from Wizard of Oz, was it?
Yeah, that one. I think so. But it was a Freddy Funko lion, so it could be.
I didn't know his name was Leo. It kind of looked similar to the Cowardly Lion, but I don't know. I'm kind of I spent a little bit of money when my paycheck released, so
yeah,
I'm thinking about getting the Wide World of Gamers $135 mystery box.
Oh, nice.
Yep, my gaming buddy. Yeah, some of these questions didn't have the right thing to say something hilarious.
Well, and that's why, like, it's supposed to have like 100 new type of questions. So I don't know.
We'll see. I mean, they weren't horrible.
I mean, the other one too sometimes would have off games.
I think maybe the person above me might be drunk. She is just stomping around, throwing stuff, dropping shit.
Oh my god.
Okay. That was kind of a good answer.
I don't know. I'm kind of hard on this one. Oh, maybe the lion isn't the lion for the astrological pops. Maybe. Oh yeah, maybe it is.
Yeah. All right.
So you won $100 in Captain Pops tonight. That's cool, Chris. That's awesome, bud. Hashtag rig. Awesome, dude. That's cool. Anytime you win money, like, I mean, it's always good. Okay, you got 6 seconds. Get in there. All right, Sassy, good job. Matthew. Oh, it's Ross. Ross did the duct tape. Oh, it's Matthew. So did they give you like $100 like PayPal credit, or are you gonna get something like at a Spastic or something?
Whoa. What? That's an incomplete answer.
What's up, LBD?
What's up, homies?
What's up, shirtless man?
Actually, I'm wearing a shirt in bed, of all things, and I'm wearing pants.
Get out of here.
I'm dead ass.
I got my murder mayhem dude today.
Did you get it?
I did not get the chase.
Dude,
I gotta pick mine up. The store called me and said they're ready.
But it was not in a bag, which is good.
It's fucking bad timing, dude, because I just put that fucking thing up for a giveaway.
I know. I thought we
But
had.
did you just get one? You just got one?
No, I got two, but one was for me.
Oh, Ross. Did Ross only get one?
Yeah, I only recorded one.
Dude, I got an army of those comments because but I got one's for somebody, the other one's for somebody else that they need me to hold too, but I'm basically giving the other ones away at this point. I don't really care, dude. You talked to me in August, I would have been struggling for money and all that stuff, and I'll be trying to get rid of those really quick. But if I'm okay, I'm like, this shit's gonna sit there for all I care.
That's all good. I thought I had dibs on the chase, but we're fine.
Actually, no. The whole thing was I got it trying to help Matthew out, and then not Matthew, fucking Andrew, and then Andrew got it.
I know.
Then I didn't know what the fuck to do, because I was like, you know what? I feel like shit, but I can't. I didn't go into it planning on getting rid of it, like trying to sell it to anybody or nothing like that. If I do decide, all right, I'll tell you something though. I'll let you know about one thing. I'm actually debating whether I want to keep it or not. The one I have, like for me, because space is a premium right now, and I don't. You know me, I'm not crazy on Batman, but I do have some Batman pops that I like. Yeah. So I'm still debating whether I'm going to keep mine. If I do decide to move mine, I will let you know. Okay?
What's up, Mitch?
What's up, guys?
Still thinking about it, so.
How are you?
So, Mitch,
doing well, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good, man.
Your like reputation as a life slut is being taken over.
Yeah. I hear ya.
Mitch.
What up?
So Mitch and I are going to be doing a live stream in a week or so together.
We are, definitely.
Did you figure out the tall man thing yet?
What aspect?
Like, do you know when we might do it yet?
Oh, no. I've got to. I was talking to Christina about it tonight, actually, but we'll have to figure that out because I got to figure out who all has them.
Yeah.
And once we figure that out, I mean, obviously you have one, or you have one. Christina has one. I'll have one.
I think Yoj has one.
Okay. I'll have to check with him.
Robert has one. Wabasaurus.
Right. Robert has one. That's the other person too. So, but yeah, we'll try to get everybody together. I may have to start a chat group or something and kind of plug people in and see who all has them and wants to do it. So, but
guys, if I do drop out randomly, it's because I'm getting a call from somebody. I'm meeting up with somebody tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, just saying because I don't know if they're gonna text me or call me. It's one of those things. You never fucking know.
You know that can go in so many directions. You know that.
Yeah.
You know how my keys are.
See, this is different for it, Ross.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, hey, Eric.
Yeah.
Something you could probably appreciate. For my birthday, my buddy Justin got me a 1960 Topps Doug Atkins Chicago Bears football card.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Dang.
Because that was my grandfather's roommate and like a really good friend of his, and they played it together at UT. And so he was like another uncle to me.
Oh wow, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. I know. That's some thought put into a gift, definitely.
Yeah, that's that's a great gift right there.
Yeah, man. It was really cool. I was like, sweet.
Can you vote for
They
one?
have to show that off.
Yeah, let me get it. It's in the other room. Hang on.
Oh, look at Christina.
Yeah. That was a little hard.
No, I mean, I don't know if it was because, it just didn't have like different. I mean, the wordings, the questions were a little bit different for this, anyways. But I mean, we've also played the other Quiplash and have some kind of off-brand, games. So, but I'm willing to give it a shot to see what else that happens. I mean, the good thing is, like I said, when I bought this, it was only like $11-12. So I'm like, cool, no big deal, right?
Yeah.
By the way, hello everybody in chat. I'm on my phone.
Yeah, Cat Go Lightly was saying hi to you earlier, LBD.
Hey, Can't Go Like he's I'm on my phone, so it's hard to keep track of the chat. Yeah. So
All right, let's see.
Sure.
So here's what we're gonna do. Go Lightly was saying hi to you earlier, LBD.
Rookie.
So I was bringing it up so I can watch it when I go outside with my sprinkler.
All right, so we'll see how this game does second round or whatever. I mean, it's like I said, it's Quiplash XL, so I don't know exactly what the XL. I think it has like 100 different type of questions. Or
oh, wow, here you go, Eric. Here's that card.
Yeah, let me pull this up. Oh wow.
Huh.
It is, and there's the back of it.
That's cool.
Yeah, I had to go search for actually when it was from because it doesn't have a date on the card. And it doesn't say Tops, it's TCG on it. And I had to go look it up, and it was a 1960 Tops card.
Wow, 1960. Man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an old card.
That's the thing when you have cards like that, you keep them in good condition. I mean, it's just you never know, where the value ends up, but the personal value is there.
Oh yeah, I would never try to sell it anyway, so it's more for just personal value is through the roof.
Yeah.
But because I went and saw him inducted into the Hall of Fame in '82.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I wasn't even born yet.
Yeah, we know, LBD, youngster.
Well, I'm the baby of this group for sure, no doubt.
Yeah. Oh, guess what I got in today?
Your Funko shop. Were you lucky?
With your Funko shop?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I ordered the Yoda with the X-wing from Funko Shop.
Oh.
And it came in pristine condition, and it had the celebration sticker on it too.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I was super stoked about that.
It's the fact that it's pristine condition.
Yeah. Yeah, they packaged it really. It was double boxed and had like, a box inside of a box, and it was like a 15 by 11 by 12 box. I mean, it was a big old box. And that other box down inside of it, and then there was like that thick, heavy paper all around it.
I think they're just getting tired of fucking sending out new boxes to people and shit, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it costs them money to do it. They really do. It starts adding up after a while. Yeah, okay, it's a few dollars here and there now, motherfucker. That's a lot of fucking people calling in to replace boxes.
Yeah.
I pulled this one tonight.
Oh,
that's cool.
Nice.
See, I was
in,
wishy-washy on that show. Sometimes I liked it, sometimes I didn't. It was weird.
Well, I mean,
I
it
bought
doesn't
them out
necessarily fit my collection, but still it hit value for the pop that I paid for. I mean, the mystery box. So
Right.
Yeah. I still remember that show when I was a kid. It was,
Yeah.
Johnny Quest was it? Yeah, Johnny Quest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Johnny Quest.
Johnny Quest.
Yeah, that Yoda thing is huge.
Oh, dude.
It looks
I-
huge.
It
I
is.
haven't even found a place for it yet.
Dude,
Are you in here? Are you in on this, Mitch?
What? No,
On
I'm
Quiplash?
not, I don't get in on Quick Flash.
You don't like Quiplash as much?
No, not really.
There's
He's just sore.
That's Ross's thing.
He's just sore because everybody was making fun of his beard in the beginning.
No, not at all.
Well, Ross, like I said, Ross has a tendency to get played on a lot. He was getting played on from Matthew last game.
Yeah.
So Chris is getting a tiny ghost tomorrow.
I'm probably gonna head to the comic shop tomorrow again, check something out.
All right, let's.
Other than that, nothing going on. Well, I gotta record a video. I might, you know
we
what?
need one more.
I might take advantage of my homegirls coming in and see if she wants to record with me.
Look how gigantic this thing is.
That thing's huge.
Yeah, it's massive.
Yeah, well, you got a pristine box. Mine had like a little pit in the front of it, and the original one was.
There's a tiny little bit of lid.
That's nothing, dude. That's normal for that box.
Yeah. Where are
If
you gonna
your
put that thing?
If your worst issue is that the lid lifts up, then you could probably fix that by like repositioning the lid.
Yeah. I don't plan on keeping it, so it is for sale. It's gonna cost a shit ton to ship, though.
Yeah, it's 5 pounds.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Wow,
Yeah.
5 pounds.
Yeah.
All right.
Honestly, if it comes to it and I can't find a place for it, it's still big even if you take it out, but I will take it out if I have to.
I got another Funko Shop thing today.
What? Franken? What the hell?
What?
Got to give him the salute for the Funko Shop. What is this?
What is that?
Bugs Bunny, Artist Series Bugs Bunny.
Is this
That already
Flock?
came? You got that already? Oh, that's right. You're in Washington. That's
He's
why.
in Washington. So, yeah. It's like basically sitting there across the street to him. Not really.
Okay, somebody said that the description said flocked. Is that thing really flocked?
Is it flocked? Yeah.
No, it's not flocked.
It must have been a typo error or something because somebody highlighted it on the
I
listing.
saw that too.
What's that?
Do you like it in person? I mean, now that you have it, do you like it?
It's really dark.
Well, you're really dark, so it kind of works.
All right.
Super cool.
Just think of it as another Batman, and you'll be okay.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and run this.
All right. I'm going all out this round. Might not be any answer that does not have the word fuck in it.
You know what's funny? I actually, I had something happen to me, right? And then that only lasted like a week. But the sprinkler is like forever.
Yeah.
It's all right. Somebody will take over eventually. Look at Mitch. The whole beard thing, it was going on for a minute, like for a few good months before people switched over.
What it switched to?
I have no idea. I don't remember now, but I know now where we at. We're on the sprinkler.
Mm-hmm.
Private message. Looks like Macho's in the back.
Oh, there he is.
Eric.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah.
No, you sound like a robot.
Do I?
No, you sound like somebody who has a headset on. What's going on?
How you doing?
By the way, are you coming around this weekend?
I'm gonna try. I've been very busy. I literally just
Oh, dude, I can imagine.
I haven't had any, like, the internet went down here, and then we've been putting all the signage throughout the building because we open up Monday.
Oh, yeah, no, I can imagine. It's been a rough week for me, just like being a part of the whole thing, of like the online stuff. Like today, I had issue with the program that they're supposed to be using. Like, and the teacher had to send me the link through email, but still, because some of the activity stuff is gonna be on that website, so it's gonna be annoying.
Hey,
Okay.
Hey, Christina. Can you guys? I'm just curious how people hear me, because actually the headset I have now is what I'm giving to all our teachers. So I just want to know what it sounds like from people's ends.
Well, it sounds like when you're gaming. Yeah, like when you're gaming, it's not perfect audio, but it's clear enough to where it's not annoying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Making sure I have my audio set up. So on wireless. Okay.
Pretty much the same thing.
Kind of.
Hello, Cacoletly. Somebody wants to be a special guest today. She usually never jumps on me. But look, say hi to the world. Don't growl at me.
You're like, I'm not
Honey,
used to
who you see in my picture.
Why is it that you always get aggressive
Ross.
dogs?
She's the dog pulling on the tail in my picture.
There's not a lot of voting going on.
Well, I don't think you filled it out. Some people fill.
Oh, Scoop's got 1,000 points.
Sassy didn't get an answer.
I remember going to his house all the time, and those dogs used to hate people like coming in. They didn't want nobody in that house.
It's a guard
And
dog.
if they didn't know you, it was bad. And they're all the same size as that dog. At one point, you guys had like 3 dogs, and then I forgot what happened. Then you were down to 2. Man, but it was crazy. I remember when you guys had to teach him not to leave the first step for the whole time in the beginning.
Yeah.
It's like a whole system just to get into the house.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we should hear.
Okay, because I just shifted you to my headphones because I was like, coming out of the computer. Gotcha, honey. Okay. Oh. Ross!
What's up?
Mitch! Eric!
What up, man?
How's everyone say?
Doing well, buddy.
I'm like,
Little
crazy day.
Robert, did you get your tall man?
Yes, I did. It's in. Okay. It's right there.
All right. I saw he still had some more up for sale too.
That's a big ass box.
Yeah. It is a big box.
Although I don't think they've. He sent. I know that it said it sent the mystery box, but I purchased the baby Yoda, the child drinking out of a cup, and I don't think that sent to me. I have to contact him because I ordered both the mystery box and the thing, but this mystery box apparently is. I haven't opened it yet, but it's definitely
Let me
no
see
way
the
it's.
size of it, Robert.
Excuse me?
Let me see the size of the box. He may have shipped it together. Possibility. Yeah, I mean that's too big for the mystery box.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. It looks big.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to open it.
Yeah.
I'll open after the game.
We're going to do a live on it.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I'll wait.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be. I know it's going to be you, me, Christina, Eric. And maybe a couple other people. I forget who else. Who else did you say?
I think Yoj got one. I don't know if he opened them already, but
I'll check with Yoj. I've got to be on that live Sunday night with him for his 1K.
Yeah, it's 1K
giveaway thing. Yeah, so I'll ask him.
Ross, check IG.
I will. I'm in the middle of it.
Sprinkler.
Man, these no answer questions kill me.
well, the Sassy Cajun's having a hard time with their internet.
I'm curious, Sassy Cajun, who's your internet provider? Because Altus through Optimum Altus is giving me an issue today.
You know, it's funny you say that because my father, obviously lives in North Bergen, right? I told you that. Closer to you. And he was asking me who's my internet provider, and I'm assuming that's why.
Yeah, it went down, so I have not been able to get on. I had to work today, but my mom called. She's like, "There's no internet," and I was like, "What do you mean there's no internet? It's paid."
Yeah.
I went about it only just came back within the last hour.
Like, I didn't raise you not to pay your bills. No, yeah, I didn't have that issue. The only time I'm actually glad that so many people called in when I moved around here. After like a year and a half, maybe like 2 years of living here, they found you seen where I live. So what they used to have one cable going into here, and there was like
That's a good one, Jackie. That's a good one, Ross.
4 houses connected to one line, and then they came in because people kept complaining that they weren't getting their full speeds, and they upgraded all those lines.
These answers. Who said KKK?
That's terrible. Terrible.
I said the worst
Scary
charity.
Terry.
Yeah, no, still terrible. That's so bad.
Oh, by the way, I made my office look like Palpatine's throne. So now when kids have detention, they'll come in and the first thing they see is Darth Vader at the door. Jesus. And then my chair looks like Vader, the chair from the Death Star. And I have a shield in front of me. It's so funny.
Oh my god. Well, you know what? If you're a vice, I wouldn't. You know what? I'm not that surprised. I don't know why I'm acting surprised. Now that I think about it, I shouldn't be. I think that was like your goal. You're just waiting to get into the real big chair to go all out.
Yeah. At that point, it'll be the actual Iron Throne. With a real dragon in the office, just like, listen, this might be a little overkill, but
oops.
No.
You know how people have lions at their front gate?
Yeah.
I want either 2 giant dragons or Rexy from Jurassic Park, the original T-Rex.
Just buy the freaking whatchamacallit. Buy 2 of the freaking Shenrons. They're 10 fucking inches.
Oh, Shenrons. That actually, yeah, you're right.
And they're metallic glow. They're just stick them out front. You'll be all right. Honestly, I was debating whether to buy another one or not.
I should just get Robbie the Robot to. I wish I had a real Robbie the Robot, a big size, so I could just be like.
Dude, I seen one of those the other day in the store, man.
I definitely overpaid for this. I should have just gotten it at Walmart.
Probably.
I found it at Walmart for. I saw it too for like $20, and I paid like 40. I paid twice.
Robert, can you send Matthew the link?
Rex's clown.
You know, it
I can
happens
send
to
them
all
the
of
link. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Matthew, I will send you the link right now.
Yeah, think about it, man. Like a lot of stuff gets done like that. It happens. Like I said, my worst mistake I think so far as a collector was paying for that shared NYCC when I didn't know what the difference of shared and con exclusive were. The Iron Man NYCC last year. That was probably my worst mistake. I didn't overpay like the 100 or whatever that a lot of people did, but I definitely overpaid what it was worth. So I think I was in there like 70 or like $75 or something like that, which was not worth that at all. But that's the only mistake I can think of that
Ross.
I remember.
The girl.
The girl.
So it's new how they do it with
Clown.
the flushing sound and
Well, Scoops swept this thing hard.
yeah.
The good thing is now I'm not tethered to anything. I can just walk around and hear me.
Oh, it's wireless? That's fine.
Yeah, I have you on a wireless. I bought these bundled. It's like a HD webcam and a HD webcam and Logitech
You have
headset. Their top headset. That's what I'm talking from.
let's see. Do you have did you have any quizzes at all, Robert?
I do not.
Okay. I wasn't sure and I went. Let's see.
I did bring Pagliacci though, right? Yeah. Yeah, how you doing all?
Huh, the ending is even different.
I'm getting new hair for him. And I'm gonna have someone redo his makeup. But his hair is changing.
Well, I just got a text saying that they're on their way.
Wait,
on their way. Huh?
Okay. I think that might be kind of fun, but I do have to go. Got a couple things I gotta do. I gotta go to bed in like 30 minutes, so.
Oh, hey,
I
Ross.
want you to have nightmares with me.
Wait, Ross, did you see this?
I don't have nightmares. My nightmares are off my work.
Ross, look.
Nice. That's sweet.
Nice.
I found it at Burlington.
My uncle the Joker doesn't like him.
Your uncle the Joker.
Yes.
Well, I appreciate it, Ross. We'll probably go play the other one next time.
Yeah,
the original one. But
fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to find different games too that we could play that makes it kind of something different we might be able to stumble onto.
I still love Quiplash. Like my answers are way better if I've been drinking all day long, and I've only been drinking for like an hour. So
I'm actually hungry.
Yeah, I mean, I like them too. But sometimes if there's something else out there that might be similar or kind of fun, that's what I'm just looking for. I wanted to play the murder mystery game, but the problem is with the sound, I don't think it's coming through to where people can hear it as well. So,
yeah.
But I always wanted to play that on the horror stream. So.
Oh, sure. All right, guys.
Well, we will see you.
I'll talk to you.
Have a good night, man.
Bye.
All right. So, what's
Hello.
Hey, bud. So what's going on?
Yeah. How you doing?
We were talking about animated horror earlier. We were going through a list of stuff. So just kind of show you. We just kind of mentioned, like Corpse
Bride. I like Corpse Bride.
Yeah. We did like Monster House. We went through a whole list of them. Frankenweenie. the Adams Family. Just
I love the Addams Family.
Yeah, we did basically what we did is we pulled up trailers. We kind of dissected trailers a little bit. Then we looked at some
Didn't you
haunted
meet
houses.
Gomez? Yes, I did meet Gomez.
Oh, you
That was
did?
awesome. I did. I met John Aston. He's a really nice man. I dressed up as Gomez in 2010 at it was a Chiller Theater convention in Parsippany, New Jersey, and he was one of the guests, like feature people, and he was still teaching acting at UCLA, if I'm not mistaken. And so I was dressed up as Gomez, so I met him and I gave him a cigar, and we got a picture. It's on my Facebook. Not many people on here are on Facebook. I think they are. I think they really are on Facebook. Oh, all the old people are probably on Facebook. I'm pretty sure they're not just old people on Facebook. Who the hell are you to know?
So one of the things I had kind of wanted to ask, I wanted to get your input on, animated films, obviously. The question,
like I'm not animated.
What's that?
I'm really animated.
There's obviously many concerns of cultural representation and psychological effects on children are usually the topics with animation industry as its inception into mainstream culture. So I wanted to know what your thoughts were, in regards to that.
Well, immediately what comes to me is, you ever watched the episode of The Munsters? There's an episode, The Munsters, when Herman Munster is talking to Eddie Munster and tells him no matter how he looks, whether he's tall, short, fat, green, yellow, black, it doesn't matter. What matters is the size of your heart.
And your character.
Yes, and your character.
I think I
That's
posted
what
that the other
determines who
day.
you are. So I think I like a lot of the animation that has representation through ghouls and goblins and witches that show that people are different, that no matter how different you are, you can still be a good person if you put your right mind to it. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's good.
You're not that good. Yeah, so I mean, when I think of the episode, I think what made the Munsters, and let's say when you look at animation, when the characters are different, if you think of The Nightmare Before Christmas, Jack Skellington, Sally, you think of the mayor, you think of the little kids. I forget the names, but the family, like the Ghoul family. I think that what you see is that although you see diversity in the characters, you see werewolves, you see vampires, mummies, zombies, ghosts, and I like that something, for example, like in a lot of the Tim Burton animations, that you see a reflection of how sending some sort of message to children that you can be different, and what makes you different makes you unique, and no one else could be like you. So I like the messages that some of these things spread.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with the thing about animated too is, like I said, I can take my kid, to the show and enjoy it myself, but I also can feel comfortable where he's going to be able to see some of the humor. There's going to be a little bit of maybe, some jump scare a little bit, but I mean, at the same time, it's something I can enjoy, like Monster House, or Frank and Weenie.
With a lot of those animated films, they always throw in things that kids won't understand. So it's honestly for both people, and it happens with almost any animation. And some things even when we were kids that we didn't realize what it meant until later on.
When you watch Monster House, does anyone else get like To Kill a Mockingbird vibes with Boo Radley? If anyone's familiar with remembers To Kill a Mockingbird.
Hey guys, my ride's here, so I'll catch you guys if you're still on. I don't know how long I'll be out. I don't know how long you guys gonna be on, but appreciate
you on
you
the
guys.
flip side.
Yeah. If anything, I'll let y'all know. If me, I'll come in from anywhere anyway. So we'll see what happens.
All right, we appreciate it, LBD.
Take it easy.
See you, buddy.
Sorry, I went to go. There it is. Why is it?
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Well, Charlie, how are you,
I'm
bud?
doing well.
I created a segment for you tonight. Because I had some questions, so I wanted to show
Okay.
you. I'm still trying to figure out how to. I uploaded to my computer, but I'm still trying to figure out. For some reason, I'm having an issue with the videos to pull them and find them. So it's kind of a long story. I'll make them on my phone, and then I send them to my email, and then I download it to my computer. But I can't seem to pull up the MP version, the MP4 version for some reason.
Okay. Do you have AirDrop on your phone?
I do have AirDrop, yeah.
Because you can always AirDrop to your computer, and it's a faster way of transferring your files.
Well, then I'm gonna research that. I'll look into that. Then that's an option. I appreciate that. So I wanted to show you. Let's see. Oh wait, fair enough. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, so it's just gonna be a little intro, 6 seconds, but
okay, I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's just less
awesome. So, what movies did you talk about today?
Well, like I said, we went over Frankenweenie, we went over Coraline, we talked about Monster House.
Coraline, I really like Coraline. Coraline is really interesting in its story.
Well, and that's what we try to stay a little bit longer on that one. What's your thoughts on making a sequel to Coraline?
I think it would be interesting to see, especially now, if they try to put like different scenes about growing up and especially adapting to a new environment and world that you live in. The same way Coraline had to adapt, and the two sides of the coin, and you had a real Coraline and a fake Coraline. And it'd be interesting to see it in the post-COVID world. COVID. Oh, there you go. We got it. See,
one of the
you're getting there.
things that we had on earlier that you guys didn't get to see was they have a haunted house that they created like a drive-in setting, like it's a drive-in theme. Now, what they do is they allow four cars at a time. They have lights, so they have like a red light and a green light, so you know when to go. So if the red light, the scene's in place. They have canisters that are 6 feet apart, so they will shoot candy into your car, like in these little balls, that are sterilized and everything. And they obviously have like an area where you can like sit and get drinks and stuff like that, spaced out outside. But that was one of the things that they had, and it was in the woods, it was a setting, and so I wanted to kind of, get your thoughts on that. A lot of people enjoyed it, because obviously when you look at haunted houses and you look at this time of the year, a lot of people are going to try to be creative. A lot of people still want Halloween. They're not wanting to give up on it.
I heard Halloween was canceled in California.
Well, that's LA. That's I know LA. I don't know. I mean, but the thing is, I'm not going to cancel it. I mean, I'm still going to have it in my house. I'll still, whatever. But
can't cancel Halloween.
But I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to go and put tape outside and put your tape markings 6 foot away from your door, and go all the way to the sidewalk and say the kids got to wait in line?
Kids been through enough now.
You know, I mean, it's tough because, you know, if you think about it, Halloween is what? It was going to be on a Saturday. There's going to be a full moon. You know, so I mean, there's a lot that people look forward to, you know, for that holiday. You know, whether it's parties, you know, there's a lot that people don't want to give up. You know,
of course.
And I mean, that's what you kind of look into. I mean, as you get into Christmas, we're not that far from that. I mean, how things are going to change. I mean, when people go to the malls, they can't sit on Santa's lap and take, you know, Christmas family pictures, you know?
Yeah. I'd be interested to see, like, and it's sad, but like the impact that, you know, the kids have been through enough. Imagine with school and now with, you know, their holidays being taken away or affected and things being different and trying to explain to little kids. See, thankfully I deal with high schoolers, so they're a little more understanding, but trying to explain to little kids.
Well, we
can't
have,
imagine that.
I'm in a Zoom meeting with the middle school kids, and the teacher is trying to figure out all the computer stuff, like, you know, because we're having to do everything. And the kids are just like sitting there looking and like, okay, like, you know, like, I mean, it's a whole different setting for them. And even though they're at home, you could tell that they're just wanting to be at school. You know, even, you know, it's kind of one of those things where you wouldn't think to hear it, but a lot of the kids want to be with their friends and hanging out and, you know, just being in that environment.
They need that social skill. They need that interaction. They need that, you know, that little getaway when you realize it or not. Because school isn't just the education. It's the socialization. It's the interaction. It's the tier building. You know, it's a lot of that. You lose that. And that, you know, I worry about the future of these kids. And then now you take away their holidays and their fun activities. A lot of them didn't have the real summer break. So imagine what they're going through.
Well, here's another side of it. And Mitch, I'll get your perspective as well, because you obviously sports. This is the time of the year where you see teams are working in school. Basically our baseball teams that are travel teams, sometimes they do fall leagues. They're constantly working throughout the year to stay in shape and stay on top of things to stay competitive. So, you know, like my kids, my son went from making all-stars to not playing. So now, like next year, if we do have a little league, what is the impact? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is it that has to be done? Because you have to do individual workouts, or, you know, at least be with a friend that, you know, is on the other side of the field and you're throwing long toss or something. But I mean, I don't know. That's what I look at as the impact for the little kids, you know, like the little leagues and the peewees, you know?
Yeah. I mean, they're having, you know, your high school football games and things like that are still going on around here.
Are they?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like my alma mater won the state championship twice in 2 years running, and they're 4-0 right now. So they've already played 4 games.
Well,
So,
see,
yeah.
one of the things they've said for our stuff is they would push it until January or February, and then they would just play the season, and there would be no playoffs.
Yeah, I mean they're still playing it here. I mean, I don't know what it is the rest of the country. I mean, obviously it's different in every area. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, Matthew, how are you? Hey, Matt. See ya.
But yeah, they won their 4th game tonight. Actually, they play on Friday nights in high school, obviously. But yeah, they won. I mean, it's obviously there's not tons of fans in the stadium and things like that. But I mean,
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Like, what about like the parents? You know, they have them spread out through the field. You know, because sometimes there's a track.
well, in the stadium, around the track, all around. Because we have like a big stadium on one side, and then there's bleachers on the other side, and then there's a track obviously right around the field. So I mean, they're kind of all spread out in through there. So kind of like the NFL games. I mean, I don't know if you watched the Houston and the City game the other night. I mean, there were fans in the stadium, but I mean, they were spaced out. Weren't nearly as many fans in there, but there was a little bit of crowd noise and stuff. So ended up being a really good game. A little one-sided, but I saw that coming.
Yeah, the running back for Kansas City, the rookie, did a great job.
Yeah, Edwards-Helaire. Yeah.
But I think that's going to change because he plays in the next 2 weeks. He plays the Chargers and the Ravens, and those defenses are a little bit stronger. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
We'll see, but I still think it'll be. I think he's a beast.
You think he's a real deal? All right.
I do. I thought he would be coming into the league, but SEC baby.
Well, we'll see how that works. I mean, obviously, in the NFL they hit hard. So when you get those defenses, sometimes it changes. But I mean, yeah, you get those guys and they come in their first year and they're just like a freight train. Boom, they're off and running. So.
Yeah, I mean Texans defense did terrible. When you got JJ Watt out there,
yeah,
out there. So, but no, he did really well. I just love seeing NFL football again.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely
those guys play.
Not theirs.
Dub Bears.
Not theirs.
No.
I think that's going to be an interesting concept just to see how the season progresses and to see if we can get through it. Because that's the one thing is let's have a season, but let's have the playoffs too.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Hopefully, we, as I said, we paused our the 2 fantasy leagues I play in. I'm the co-commissioner in one of them, and the guy that actually is the other co-commissioner in that league runs the other league, and we just kind of decided to put them on pause because you just never know what's going to happen. I hope it gets there all the way through the season and there's no problems and everybody's healthy, and that's the hope of everybody.
Yeah.
But reality sets in, and
Well, the other side of the coin is okay. As the season gets going, how many times, in all honesty, have you guys started to walk into a store and forgot your mask, and you're like, oh, I got to go back out in the car and get it, or you built that concept where it's always with you? I've done that. It's sitting in my front seat on the passenger side, and
I usually keep it around my wrist now.
Yeah, keep it around your wrist?
I always have 2 in case one snaps. Now, just in case in school, because God forbid, all it takes is you take your mask off once, a kid takes a picture of you, all of a sudden it's like, oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I have extras at school, but usually in the car, I will take, after school's done, I take it off and throw it on the passenger seat. And then, like, if I have to stop at the store to pick something up, I'm used to like getting out and just going in, and I'm like, I turned around, I got to go get my mask,
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's that normalcy, that you're just so used to,
Mm-hmm.
And, but anyways, that's kind of what we were just kind of looking at is the animated horror. Now, Matthew, do you have a favorite animated horror? You said you couldn't watch Nightmare Before Christmas. You turned it off. You couldn't finish watching it. I told you there was a wrestling scene in that movie you missed, so you might have to go back and watch it. Now, like I said,
Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah, he didn't like it.
Oh, well.
Yeah,
I like the clown with the terrible face.
Yeah, I watched it for the first time the other night.
What'd you think?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was interesting. It was such a unique style that it was done in. I kind of enjoyed that aspect of it.
That was done in the style of what was called German Expressionism.
Mm-hmm.
If you look, the famous, I think Edward Munch, the Scream, the painting, that was a German Expressionist painting. So what Tim Burton was really influenced by, especially that type of art, and also German Expressionistic films like the early Metropolis,
Yeah.
Doctor of the Cabinet of Dr. I can't speak today. The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. There we go. So if you watch that film, and Rob Zombie was influenced by that too.
Oh, it was,
But-
huh? I didn't know Rob Zombie was.
He did a video, one of his music videos, and if you watch House of a Thousand Corpses, it's done very much in the style of German Expressionism. You get all these warped, twisted images. It looks like the setting is all sharp. It looks like you get cut with the buildings, the trees. Like there's a certain style that's influenced by that, and Tim Burton took a lot of that from people like F.W. Murnau, who did some of the early silent films, and Fritz Lang was Metropolis. F.W. Murnau was Nosferatu. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So Nosferatu, all those movies deal with a lot of shadows, and like the setting looks weird and strange and warped. Just think of Batman, the first two Batmans, 89 and 92, Batman and Batman Returns. Yeah, so very much any Tim Burton movie.
Yeah.
Sleepy Hollow, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You'll see. It's like all you got to do is look at the trees, and you're watching a Tim Burton film. But all that was influenced is what shifts and then created, that type of feel and that style. Edward Scissorhands, those all are related.
Yeah.
You're a
Well, we also-
fucking nerd.
We also touched on like Paranorman, Resident Evil Degeneration. Now, Resident Evil, the animated one, stayed pretty true to the video game, to whereas the movie, was kind of a little bit off on that. So I like the animated version of Resident Evil. I don't know how you felt about that. And then you have like Akira. There's a lot of different animated shorts out there, that they have like at the Tribeca festivals, that really seem to hit a home run, the 2-3 minute shorts, whether they're scary or they just create an impact, send a message. With the animated, you always look at, okay, how it appeals to people. Is it because of the genres and the themes, that are created in these animated? I mean, is that what these directors are going after, like when they're creating these? I mean, what appeals to you for an animated film?
Their style, their sense of style. We call auteur theory, which is auteur means author. So I think when you have someone who's creating an animation, they have to really take what they envision in the story. Whether, obviously, most times the director isn't necessarily the writer, the screenwriter, but trying to adapt and bring their vision of that story to life and leaving their mark on it. So again, like a Tim Burton leaving his mark on a story like Washington Irving's Sleepy Hollow. He's going to tell it in his way with his type of thing. So it's something like The Grinch, an animation that is, taken from a book, but you're now going to animate it. How are you going to do it? What style are you going to tell it in? So I think these animations, early on, Andrew Stanton, who wrote the story for Toy Story, initially Woody, like if you look at the early like animatics, Woody was an asshole. Like he was not likable at all. And then they were like, it didn't feel right. So they like look at it and they try to figure out how can they adapt this, how can they make it more appealing for kids. So then they made it more likable. So when you see it, when we watch Toy Story, we see, yes, he had his flaws, but we ended up loving Woody by the end of it. So they do that a lot in these animations, where it's like, how do we change it for the style to either reflect some sort of theme or topic or some contemporary issue that that the person's trying to say, or director's trying to pass along, whether it's through this message that was done within the script itself. And now the director has to help translate that for audiences to be able to watch and get something out of it.
Now, with your class, when you're in your classrooms and stuff, I mean, do you use a lot of the animated? Do you as a resource?
Yes, I do. And mostly I do a lot of Pixar. And I actually have my kids create animations from scratch. It's a project that we will build. We were one of 7 schools that participated in this program through Stevens Institute of Technology obviously here in Jersey, which was to get minority students more into engineering, through multimedia, designing, creating, and looking at how they can take a story and a concept and bring it to life. So, part of that process is when I'm showing them is try to get them familiar with the story that they know and love. So I always I use Finding Nemo. I use Toy Story. I use a lot of the shorts that Pixar uses. So when you watch a Pixar movie, usually they show like an animated short in the beginning. Just so you guys, I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but when they do that, they always do the short so that they can test certain new boundaries or certain innovations in that animation for the next movie. So if you guys remember Jerry's Game, I think it came out before Toy Story. It was of the old man playing chess by himself. It was an old animation. So in that short, there's emphasis on leaves. And that's because they were testing the leaves and how believable they could be, because the next Pixar movie was The Bug's Life. And then there was one called Piper. I think it was before Toy Story 3 or Finding Dory. And it was like a little seabird that was running away from water. Like the water kept he was playing with the waves. Yeah. And that's the reason they made that, was because they were trying to test out how they can manipulate water for the next Pixar movie, which was Moana. So they always do, anytime you see a short like that, it's because they're trying to find some way to make the next movie believable. There was another one with fur, because Monsters Inc. was the first animation that really tested to make fur look so real, and how to make it look like not just how to make it believable, how to make it look like it was matted. I mean, you come a long way when you look at if I don't know if you guys remember from the 90s, remember the Beast Wars?
Oh, Beast Wars, yeah.
That did not age well. But you look back at that, and it's you look at the animals, the mammals that are supposed to have fur, but then you look at a movie like Kong Skull Island, or go back to Monsters Inc. and how incredible the fur and realistic it looks now. Where so it's pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, when animation in my classes, I try to show them and then break it down. We work our way backwards. I like to show an end result and then kind of break it down to see how a final product came to be, so that they can see, okay, I can do this myself. I can create the same type of story, same type of information. So they get to have fun with this stuff. So they compose, they make their own music, they make their own animation, characters. We call them assets. And they use a program called Maya.
Now, when you look at some of the older animated films, like obviously Hanna-Barbera, growing up, those type of things, you had the popularity of the Flintstones.
I just finished watching the Flintstones a week ago. Because of, actually, I blame Mitch on that one. We were talking because of the, he was talking about the Pops, the Flintstone Pops. And then I got HBO Max, and I'm like, oh, I got to binge. I started watching every episode of the Flintstones. Oh, yeah, and then I watched both movies. I don't care what people say. I love both movies. I love the John Goodman and Rick Moranis one, and I love the Viva Rock Vegas. I like them both. Plus, speaking of which, I had always said, sorry, Pagliacci, you got to go down for a second. I had mentioned to you, it's right here. Speaking of Flintstones, this is my Flintstones at that very convention where I met.
Oh, that's cool.
This is signed by Joe Rockett. He's the guy that plays in the House of a Thousand Corpses. The guy that's in the big helmet that kills the two guys. He comes in and he's laughing and he's pushing the ride along. Erwin Keys. I had him on Facebook. Unfortunately, he passed away a number of years ago, but I was in touch with him a lot. And he plays one of Fred's partners, and on it he wrote, I was like, when I was little, I used to always run around and go, wooga wooga woo, wooga woogie wee. And he wrote Wookie Wookie Woo on it from Joe Rockhead.
That's awesome.
Irwin Keyes. Rest in peace, Irwin Keyes.
Yeah, Irwin Keyes. Did you see this for Spastic?
Yeah.
For the Fred Flintstone?
Yeah, I saw that.
Do you have that one, Mitch, or no?
No, God, no.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, I was like, okay, so you get 4 pops per box, but it didn't really say what the guaranteed. It's I guess all the pops.
It's guaranteed value. It's guaranteed to be, $60 in value. Back.
Okay.
But
well, yeah. So we definitely, I mean, with that right there, it's kind of cool. I actually, I ended up getting one. I decided to go for it and say, okay, what the hell, it was like 100 boxes, and there's 5 good pops in there, so that are possibles. So I mean,
that run right there.
Yeah, I believe it was. Huh?
It's a 50 box run.
Yeah, a 50 box run.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a 1 in 10 chance of getting.
Oh yeah, 50 bucks. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, that's why I was like, you know what? I mean, when I saw Ross the other day, I was like sitting there to myself, like talking myself up. I'm like, okay, I can't spend $700 on a box, but maybe one of these smaller portion boxes, I might happen to get lucky. I mean, that's
the one that's the one that Matthew said they'd kill him if he paid $700 for a box. Right? I don't know if I can. That's a little.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
That's crazy. Yeah.
I mean, I
could get 2 more siblings for Charlie. I don't want siblings.
Yeah. Now, Matthew, would you do it if there was a Hollywood Hulk Hogan in there?
No.
Well, that's good.
Let me tell you something, brother.
So when you were growing up with the animations, Mitch, what did you think about? Were you Saturday morning and just watching cartoons? Drawn to the TV? Is that what with the animations that you remember, and you look at the styles that they've continued through? How do you feel about animated? Movies and cartoons, and I mean, you still enjoy them today to be able to sit down and just watch a good animation?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm an anime fan. I mean, obviously, I mean, I've started to watch a lot more of the newer animation in anime and animation. I mean, it's all animated things, but Japanese anime is a little different, obviously. But I mean, Saturday mornings. I mean, that's what my dad and I did on Saturday mornings. We got up and fixed breakfast and watched cartoons. We watched the Thundar the Barbarian and just everything. I mean, whatever was
wacky races. Remember the wacky races?
Yeah, the races. Yeah,
wacky races.
That's when it was like the cartoons that were like racing each other.
It was like the Olympics, right? Like they had Olympic races and stuff. They had Olympic events.
So,
I mean, around the same time.
Well, I mean, I'm older than you guys. Too.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, not you.
That was before my time.
Yeah, you are.
Am I?
I'm only 30.
Lock it up.
Well, I was like, whoa, hold on.
But remember.
I call bullshit.
I remember Muttley and Dastardly when they had the Olympics and they were doing the car races and they were sabotaging the cars.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I
still love Muttley's laugh.
I just don't think I ever really watched that.
No.
Yeah.
But Hong Kong Phooey.
Oh yeah.
McGraw.
Jaw McGraw.
Gosh.
That was around the same time. Mm-hmm.
Space Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Space Ghost.
I mean, so many. We watched. I mean, Smurfs was that time.
Mighty Max.
Snorks.
The Snorks.
I'm trying to think of all the
Mighty.
things.
Oh, that's so funny that you said Mighty Max because I was just thinking of Mighty Max 2. I got.
What is Mighty Max?
I still got my. Oh, it's hard to tell. Let me see if I can.
I mean, I'm Transformers.
Mighty Max was. There's my. I don't know if you could tell, but my Skull Mountain. Mighty Max was like, okay, I don't know if you remember Polly Pocket for girls.
Yeah.
It was like the little mini. It's like you get like a whole like a miniature set. In fact, that's a Mighty Max Scorpion. You open it up and you had these little figures, and it had like little play sets. See if there's anything. There's just a Dragon Island back there. It's hard to tell because the light doesn't reach.
Oh yeah.
That's the powering. But Skull Mountain was like one of the famous things there.
What about what about Inspector Gadget? Remember Inspector Gadget? Did they make any pops?
I love Inspector Gadget.
No, they're actually there's been rumor that they're coming out with Inspector Gadget. The last list that dropped actually had a couple of Inspector Gadget on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. My uncle looks like Inspector Gadget. When I was little, I thought that he was Inspector Gadget. He used to call him that.
And what was the claw? The claw they called it.
Claw.
Yeah, the claw with a cat with his cat.
That there, he never really saw his face.
You Gadget.
Yeah. But yeah, we watched all that stuff, man. Just oh yeah.
So just looking at some of going through some of the cartoons. Heathcliff.
Oh my God, I remember Heathcliff.
Oh yeah.
I used to love the Pink Panther.
Yeah, Jim of the Holograms. My sister watched that religiously.
I do remember K&L. Hilarious.
Mask. I remember Mask. I used to have some of the vehicles and stuff from that.
Oh yeah. Then what was this one right here with the dinosaurs?
Can't remember that one.
See it very well.
Remember in Inspector Gadget the what was it, the chief? He used to always blow up. That was hilarious.
Let's see. So you have they look familiar, but I can't remember like
I don't know.
The Dino Riders?
Dino Riders, maybe.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh,
you know what, you guys would. I don't know if you guys watched the Toys That Made Us on Netflix. That's a very, very good series. It's really good.
Yeah, I haven't watched all of it. I think I've watched like one. I need to watch.
Yeah. You'd probably, Matt. You'd probably really like the wrestler one, the wrestling.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, it's awesome.
There's Super Friends up there at the top.
Yeah.
No, Super Friends.
Yeah.
And then He-Man and He-Man and the
they
Masters of the Universe.
Did they make a pop of the dog? I know they did the Wonder Twins.
I thought they did do the dog.
They did.
Yeah, they did. Somebody just got that the other day. They just posted it today in one of the chat groups, I want to say.
Is that but was that? I thought that was the Dynamite Falcon and the Dynamite. That one too.
That might have been that. Yeah.
Oh, what was this? I remember Jerry, right? Jerry, and then I remember this cartoon. It was like, oh man, I remember watching. I just can't remember. Is it like Ghostbusters or something?
No,
not that one.
Not that one.
Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
Schoolhouse Rock.
And there's a lot of stuff right there. The Muppet Baby.
I mean, did we have a good? Do we have a good or what?
Yeah, G.I. Joe, the Super Mario Brothers show. I used to love that. I used to love the music. The music to that was awesome. Johnny
Bravo.
The Mario Brothers.
So let me ask you, why do you think they don't make the cartoons today? You know, like if it was very successful and a lot of people like the 80s style, why do you think, I mean, that it's changed? Because you don't think the youth today would enjoy it the way we did, or I mean, there's a lot of changes in the cartoons, and I've seen some of the cartoons today, and I'm just like, it doesn't grab me, as well as.
I think
Go ahead, Robert.
I think it's to an extent, a lack of imagination. I think to an extent, people, it's kind of like ideas have run out, and it's like something's just it's a copycat of another. Plus, I think we're in a culture that's very sensitive now, which is weird because it was more conservative back then. Although you'll have extreme shows today, like adult shows with Family Guy and South Park. But at the same time, like the shows that we grew up, the family-friendly shows we grew up with, such as, even just going back to the Flintstones, I just don't think that the generation now, unless they're not going to they don't appreciate the animation. Like the animation has to look different. I mean, it's just after a while, it's not as unique or doesn't have, I think, the same messages that were so important and impactful of us growing up. Like Flintstones always had some sort of theme that you got something out of. And what are some of the other shows that were just like, you can be something that you can be something more than you are. I mean, that was whole He-Man, right?
Yeah.
And the whole popularity of that was that people can be something bigger than they are themselves. And today everything's just kind of just like washed over with like, we don't want to offend anybody. We don't want to, you can't talk about that. So it's really
But look at what the bigger things are. The Family Guys, the South Parks, people, and they are as
it's more satire, right?
See as anything. They don't care who they offend.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Family Guy.
Those are some of your biggest animated cartoons and stuff out there.
Mm-hmm.
And
Matthew's right that everything's done on computers now. It's not the hand drawn, images and stuff that we know and we grew up with. It's like a a relic of the past, almost, like looking back at that stuff and seeing it. And actually, what's funny is I was watching the Flintstones, like they had the whole show on HBO Max.
Yeah.
But I noticed that some of the later episodes, they must have gone back and redrawn them. So Mitch, if you ever get a chance, like the episode when Gazoo first appears, they like updated it. It looks so weird. It's like they went back and they retraced everything to make it pop, and it looks off to me. Like it's like I didn't like it, to be honest with you. It just didn't seem right, and it's like I think that's because of the style growing up of the way some of this animation was. Because to me, it just all is just like not genuine anymore, and that's just my opinion. I mean, even when it comes to animation, like the Ninja Turtles. Like I love the Ninja Turtles from the 90s, like the Jim Henson puppet, that looked more real than the CGI ones that just look like Shrek to me.
I miss things like the Merry Melodies, the Looney Tunes.
Yes.
Those were some of my favorite cartoons to watch, was the old things that were way older than I was, but they just held up. I mean, even the black and white Merry Melodies that they used to show.
Authenticity is lost. It's like everything is pretty much, it's just like it's a ripoff of something else.
Yeah.
I'm not to say that some of the shows we liked were they didn't do the same, but it had their own unique style. It brings nostalgia, I think, and just brought us to a time where you look back at that and it's like, remember those days when that's all you worried about was making sure you saw the shows, and then by the time, what was it, Reading Rainbow would come on, and then you're like, okay, that's it, I'm done.
Yeah, like like Tom and Jerry. I used to watch Tom and Jerry.
Oh yeah,
I love that cartoon. And I mean, just
You know, I was disappointed. They were on $7 a pop the other day, the Tom and Jerry's.
Yeah.
And I had Jerry in my cart, and I went back to go get the other one, and then they were gone. I was just like, you know, I can't sit there and buy one, pay for the shipping, go back in, get another one, and pay another shipping when I want to pay. You know what I mean? I'm just like, okay, I got to figure out a better way to do it.
If I'm not mistaken, they've got a Tom and Jerry 2-pack you can go get.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. There's a 2-pack of Tom and Jerry. If I'm not totally mistaken, I think I've seen it a million times, but I think there's a 2-pack, if I'm not mistaken. And
Matthew? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I used to love Tom and Jerry, you know, and then obviously when the dog would, you know, paddle him with the board, you know what I mean?
I used to love that part. That was also Foghorn Leghorn.
Yeah.
The big rooster. He would just come up and just lift up the dog's hand. And pop, 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 pop. Like that's not like today. You wouldn't be able to get away with that today for little kids. Like if for the adult shows maybe, but for the little kids, like you don't have that anymore, or you don't have like even, you know,
there you go,
like
Eric.
the funny episodes of Bugs Bunny when he was oh, that's awesome. When Bugs was remember the mobsters when they went inside the he's like, you got the police are looking for him, and he's like, hide in the stove.
Yeah.
And then the police have their Irish accents. Like, all that would be politically incorrect now.
Oh yeah.
Now where's this at? Which one is this? Is this the Funko Shop?
Yeah, no, I mean it's a Funko Shop
item. Yeah.
It's a blocked 2-pack of Tom and Jerry. I mean, it's only $40 PPG value. It's not real valuable, but it's a flock 2-pack of them.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, like I said, you know, obviously there's some things that aren't going to be. I mean, there's just part of our childhood. You know what I mean? And it's just like, oh, you know, I mean, like I have a Yogi Bear. You know, like I remember watching Yogi Bear, and I have that one.
Yogi Bear. Hey, boo boo.
Yeah. You know, what about, okay, so with cartoons, you know how they've taken TV shows, like, for example, Mork and Mindy, and then turned it into an animated cartoon show? I mean, does that translate? Does that work for you? You know, would you see something that you liked as a show, and now you look at, I mean, like, I don't know, like Happy Days or something. I mean, you look at shows and you now turn them into a cartoon. I think they might have did they do that with Alf? I can't remember if they did with Alf.
I think they did, yeah.
They did.
Here's my problem with when they do things like that. Everything eventually has an end to it, has a finality to it. So it's like when they, like, for example, I love the Ghostbusters cartoon, but it almost becomes disappointing because you know eventually they're gonna run out of interest. Yeah. And it puts like a damper on the Ghostbusters, which is like great, or the movies. So like even Back to the Future, which I think only lasted 2 or 3 seasons.
2.
And it's because it's like it's like, why take something so good and risk like tiring it out? So that's the only issue I like. It's a great idea, but then you run the risk of like, okay, you're gonna get yourself, it's just gonna be like Walking Dead. Walking Dead's just Walking Dead fatigue now. Now it's just like, okay, just now that it's ending, it's like, all right, no one cares.
But it's
and I used to watch that show religiously.
But it's not.
But I'm just saying, like in general, like with shows, when they start, like, no show is gonna last forever unless you're The Simpsons. Like, they're the only ones that have been able so far to pull it off for it to be that, but because of they were able to adapt. You know, while that's my opinion on it, I just don't think that certain, like when you take a movie and you're like, hey, let's milk it, you know, and let's make animation on it. It works for a little bit, you know. If they know, like, okay, we're gonna do 3 seasons and we're gonna end it, it just runs into the part where like eventually it starts to drag if they don't have some sort of finale to it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
The Simpsons. So what is the formula? Because why can't other, TV shows replicate? you have, you know, The Simpsons that actually went into animated and then made a movie, and then it still continues the success of the show. And like you said, they're always adapting, but you know, you also look at other programs like, I mean, South Park, or you know, another like Family Guy, another show that has the ability to adapt, but they're not necessarily, are they sustaining, you know, the power that The Simpsons did. You know, so why do you think that The Simpsons have been so successful? I mean, are they the best characters out there? Are they the most popular characters out there? But
They're recognized. They're, you know, anyone who sees Bart knows that, like, most people around the world will identify that as Bart Simpson, Homer. But I think most of it comes from the fact that not only did they change, but the animation was able to adapt for an audience. If you look at the first Simpsons that came out, it's the animation looks different, but they were able to evolve and adapt and then talk about contemporary issues and do satire on it. You know, that was one way before its time, and it was able to evolve. It's like it changed with the culture as the demographics changed and shifted and mindset changed. As you know, it's just the way that Matt Groening and them was able to do it. You know, and he also did Futurama, which lasted a long time. Then it went away. Then it came back. Then it went away. But it's interesting to see that, you know, The Simpsons managed to last that long, but even the same creator couldn't make the other thing last. So it's just, I think people get tired of the same thing, and The Simpsons is such a nuclear family that's able to adapt that it's like, okay, you can come up with new stories that just don't necessarily get tired some after a while. You know, South Park, after a while, it's like, okay, they're going to make fun. I can't wait till they make fun of this on South Park. But it kind of goes away. Then if you remember, I remember when South Park first came out, the first episode with the anal probe of the alien, like that was like, everyone was talking about how crazy, you know, and wild these things were getting. And I think also it depends what's going on in the world, because South Park became popular like right after the Columbine shootings, if I'm not mistaken, because the two, Matt and Trey Parker, am I saying that right? Is that the two creators?
Trey Parker and Matt.
Yeah, the Columbine shootings happened not too far from where they lived, and they wanted to kind of come up with something a little bit better to talk about than the area just being talking about the Columbine shootings. So they came up with something. Let's talk about the issues. Let's make satire about the situation of you know, why there's issues with guns and gun violence, but they made fun of it. They basically did it in a not so, you know, a not so known way. It was a unique way that became popular. But you know, but after a while, like even that, like South Park, they don't talk about it as much as they used to. You know, it's popular, but not as popular.
Yeah.
What about, so I mean, okay, you look at the shows that have been around that have been able to sustain, and I'm looking at some of the formulas, but okay, like the show that you like a lot, Mitch, with the guys that the horror guys, the brothers, the Dean and Sam.
Oh, speaking of,
yeah. Wait, hold on.
This came in today.
Oh wow. Oh, it's a chase.
It's Sam with baby, Sam Winchester with the 67 Impala that they drive.
So what makes that a chase? What makes that a chase version right there?
It's the common. The car is like all muddy and gross, and then this one it's chrome.
Oh, okay.
It's like a. They literally chromed the car. It's really cool looking. So I found it on the. Well, actually, I didn't find it.
Somebody got it.
Texted me at 2:30 in the morning saying, "Hey, go to Spastic, go to this link." I was like, okay. So thinking there it was. I was like, oh, bye. I mean, it was a good price. It wasn't like, I mean, it was right around PPG, but of course I used the code and, you know, got my 10% off or whatever with, I think I used Salty for Cheap and Nerdy. I switched those codes up every so often on Spastic. Taco Man,
Taco Man,
Pop Couple, you know, all the different ones. Luau, they all have them.
Some of those pops are like $800.
What?
What's the name of that? What's the name of that show?
Supernatural.
Supernatural. There you go. It's for some reason.
The bloody 3-pack metallic bloody 3-pack of Dean, Sam, and Crowley is it's like $800 and something or something. It's crazy. It was a real edition piece, I want to say. But yeah, no, I'm not going after the whole set. I literally now have actually most of them are sitting right here beside me. Let me find them. Like I've got Crowley that I got in my collector swap box.
Oh, okay.
I got that. I got crud.
Now is that the bloody Crowley?
No, it's just a common Crowley.
Okay.
I had
that Batman.
It came in damaged, and I actually returned it because it was more damaged than I thought it was, and Curtis took care of me as Spastic.
Yeah, because he's got one up for $89 right now.
Yeah, that's probably the one that I had. But there's Charlie. That was a hot topic. One of the first.
I'm Charlie.
I know. That's Charlie from the series. And then I've got Yoj.
The Yoj.
Sold me the Bobby Singer. Hang on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there's Bobby. And I've got a couple of Castiels and I've got a couple of Deans. They're way back in the other room on a shelf over there. But that's basically all the characters that they have out for the show. So I went the Flintstones route where I got, one of each of the characters.
Yeah.
And that's a good enough set for me. And I got
have Gazoo?
Huh?
You have the Great Gazoo?
Mm-hmm. I've got the Con Sticker Great Gazoo.
He's the expensive one, right? The most expensive one?
Or is someone else? No. I mean, the most expensive ones are some of those 2-packs that they've got of Fred and Barney, the OG stuff. Like I've got the Funko Shop, Fred and Barney, and the Water Buffalo hats, and then I've got the Funko Shop Wilma and Betty. I've got Pebbles and Bam Bams, which were 8,000 piece limited edition Funko Shop pieces.
Those must be worth a lot.
They're around $100.
Oh, okay.
They kind of hover right around $100 a piece. I've got the Dino Ride. Was fairly expensive. I think I did a trade for him because it's a Funko Shop limited edition. I got Baby Puss from 83 Pop Talk, hooked me up with Baby Puss, and then I actually have
that's the cat that throws him out. Right?
One came from Eric over here, and then I got one in my collector swap box. So I've got a common and a shared sticker of the Hoppy the Hopperoo. And then I got the Fred with the house. So that's basically all the characters, including Dino with the ride. Because there's like multicolored Dinos, which made no sense whatsoever because they're weird colors. There's weird colored. They did all these 2-packs of Fred and Barney with all these different color hairs, like green hair, and which once again don't make sense. But they're really expensive, but they don't make sense to me.
No, they didn't do a lot. They didn't do a lot with Bam Bam and Pebbles and Wilma and Betty. They just did a lot more with Fred and Barney.
Yeah, they did the 2-packs and everything with Fred and Barney, and they did a bunch of Dinos. They did a Freddy Funko as Barney and Fred, I think.
Did they ever do a Mr. Slate?
No.
Mr. Slate.
Never did a Mr. Slate.
So Matthew has something for you, Mitch.
What's that?
He wants to share his screen.
Yeah, I want to show this.
Thunder.
And then, so also B-side said that he was in line for that chase for an hour. Yeah, go ahead and share it, bud. Oh, okay. There it is. All right, I didn't see it, Matthew. It was hidden.
Or
go ahead and. All right.
I like to see Mumra. Schnarf. Schnarf is a pop, right?
Are they ever going to do like crossovers? Did they ever do like a crossover with Thundercats and like Transformers or anything? Or I can't remember.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Where's Mumra?
Wily Kit and Wily
The only
Cat.
time that you saw any time was with Mumra and Cobra Commander and Skeletor in Robot Chicken.
Right.
It's like the villains in the. There's Mumra.
Mhm.
How do you feel about Mumra?
I think.
Yeah.
All right.
Store.
Nice.
I never bought from that store since I waited in line for that chase for an hour. Oh, you're talking about at Hot Topic. I'm assuming that's where I was talking about the
Hot Topic. Yeah.
What's the longest you guys have waited to get a pop, like on the line?
And a line at a store?
At a store, yeah.
I've literally stood in line one time and it took me 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was honestly it was at Hot Topic when the Bakugo this just recently, the Bakugo and the
Nightcrawler.
The Nightcrawler and all that, and the Goku, all that came out. And I left work and went over to the mall, stood in line for a couple of minutes. I took a lunch basically to go grab it. And if I had waited any longer, I wouldn't have been able to get it because I would have had to gone back. But and went and grabbed it. And but I had to have that. I called my dude at the Hot Topic and was like, "Hey, did you all get these in?" He's like, "Yep, they're in here. We're getting ready to open up here in a few minutes, and we got some of them." I was like, "All right, I'll be there in a few." So
yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I've never really had. I waited at that Hot Topic as well. I was trying to because they were only allowing a certain amount of people in the store at a time.
Yeah.
But all the people that were ahead of us, they were allowing everybody to buy 5. So the time we got there, they were all up to the go in. They were gone.
I know that was nuts to do 5, a limit of 5.
Yeah, that was
all that many. I mean, they had a good amount at my Hot Topic, but can you make me big for a second?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know, Robert. Can you see right here? Like, there's Mumra, Lino.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Pro,
I see Mumra.
Tara.
There's
that's Schnarf right below, right there. Schnarf.
Yeah, there's
I love Schnarf.
Yeah.
Schnarf.
I'm surprised they didn't ever do a Wily Kit and Wily Cat.
Mm-hmm.
I think they did a pop vinyl of them, maybe. I could be wrong on that. But have you all seen that? What is it called? Iron Studios or something that does like the real elaborate sculptures and statues and stuff. Did you see
Yes,
that
it looks
that
really
Thundercats one? It's actually in sections, but it gets you can put it together. Oh my god!
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, let's see if I
do
can
some
pull it up
cool-
here.
Yeah, they do some cool sculpts.
Yeah.
That's right. Here's their site, and then let me see if I can find the Thundercats one. Let me just go to search up here.
No, you know what's funny, Robert? When so you didn't pop on yet, right? And I was like, all right, that's fine. You know, I got a couple things to open up in the beginning. I had a bandbox and all that stuff, and I said, maybe he'll pop in afterwards. And I started through the process, right? I started like announcing and going through everything. And I'm sitting here like I opened up the bandbox and I went through the whole thing, and then I looked and I didn't hit go live. So the whole entire time I was like just sitting there talking to myself. I'm like, I know there's not one person that's come in. I said that's kind of weird. I said usually there's at least somebody that comes in,
Right.
All right, is it ready, Mitch?
Hang on a second. Let me look at it.
And so I was like, okay, like what? I said, what's going on? And then I looked at it and I was like, oh, so now I got to redo it. Because I also played, a little moment of silence for 9/11, and
I was actually right across the river earlier today. I took pictures of the lights.
Oh, nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I basically did my.
This is what the lights look like from my view. I took that picture from where it was.
Oh, that's cool.
It's good to be in another restaurant. This is got a cool cloud effect there. Yeah. Not to get too much of a bummer, but what was it like? Because you guys, what was it like on the West Coast to experience that? Because I witnessed that when I was little from grammar school.
I was in Las Vegas, and I worked for a company. I was in my 20s. I worked for a company where we went door to door. We were doing marketing, advertising, like restaurants, Papa John's and stuff like that. And I was one of the managers at the time. And it was hard because, obviously when you're talking to people and you're knocking on their door, nobody wants you knocking on the door when we just went through something like that. So we had to, call our manager and say, look, obviously we need to have somebody come get us. We're not doing this, or we're just going to sit and, go somewhere and just wait it out. But once everybody got the gist of it, it was like, oh my God, what's going on, and you want more information. You want to know if everybody's going to be okay. You start calling people that you might know on the East Coast, and you're in that shock. And then and then obviously the next one hits, where they try to on the plane in the Pentagon, and it's just remembering that. And it just shows, that's the thing. There's a lot of countries out there that just don't like us, and I still think a lot of that exists today, unfortunately. And right now we're on more of a guard, because of something like that. But it doesn't mean that there aren't going to be people that aren't going to try to still do it, still try to do stuff, So that's where I was. I was in Las Vegas.
Another visitor.
You can share that if you want, Eric. Yeah, there's that thing. I mean, each one of them's like from $200 to $150 each piece of it because it's in multiple sections.
Wow,
a little schnarf there.
Yeah, just
This is
the
my
lineup
version of
with
Snarf
Snarf
here.
up there, just that piece with him and Snarf is like $239. Just this piece, and then you can get Wily Kit and Wily Cat, and then she's separate, Panthro's separate, Tiger's separate, everybody. But yeah, it's I don't know what the whole thing would be.
So what makes the value of these? I mean, I know that some of the like Lion-O, they've been like what, 85, 95 bucks. Like, you know, they've been really high priced, a lot of these guys. What now I like this show, but I wasn't religiously, I watched a lot more of Thundar and He-Man. What was the draw to this show? I mean, what is creating the drive and the prices for a lot of this stuff?
Well, the drive, I mean, that stuff is so expensive because that's a super high quality art piece. I mean, it's a big, I mean, it's a very, very detailed piece of art. I mean, it's, you know, it's not just a toy,
right?
You know, you would display in a display case or something. You would just throw it out on the shelf. But just like anything else is, like, I mean, there's, you know, you can buy a, you know, Yoda Funko Pop, or you can buy a Yoda, you know, hot toy, or you can buy an artist series statue of Yoda for, you know, $5,000, or you can just get one off of the top of a, you know, a slot machine and have it sitting in your kitchen like Christina does. And, but jealous over here. But it's just there's all different levels of values on things like this. Just how much work goes into making it, really.
How do you value this series, the Thundercats? How, I mean, where do you put them? How do you rank them opposed to He-Man?
One.
I love Thundercats. Yeah, I mean, He-Man was good. I personally preferred Thundercats. I mean, it was Thundercats, Voltron. Those were like I mean, I liked He-Man. I had a lot of the figures, and I, you know, had all the Castle Grayskulls and the He-Man with Battle Cat and you know, all the you know, the figures that everybody had. But I mean, that's Thundercats was like my Thundercats, Transformers, Voltron, and were like my main things. Obviously, Star Wars. I had lots of Star Wars stuff too, but which my mother sold all that stuff in probably yard sales and gave it away. Which now I'm sitting there going, wow.
Remember the Jabba the Hutt where the tail moved, and you know, I mean, just you know, all of the Star Wars stuff. I mean, Millennium Falcon.
Thankfully, I still have my Star Wars stuff. It's in storage, but I don't have this. I got rid of before my move. I did get rid of my Millennium Falcon, and I'm definitely regretting it. And it was like an original Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, I went over to I went over to Buddy's house the other night, and they do card breaks, like sports card breaks. And I was down there with them, and I looked over in the corner, and there was a full size, the old timey AT-AT, whatever you want to call it. I call it.
Yes. The one that pulls out where you had a little string that you can attach Luke Skywalker to. I know exactly which one you're talking about. I had that as well.
Figures in it in the belly of it.
Store them, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had one of those just chilling over in a corner over there. I was like, man, that brings back memories. I had all that stuff downstairs. I had a big downstairs. It's kind of a unfinished basement that I mean, it was just toys everywhere. I'd have had sections where, you know, this was a Transformer section. This was the, you know, the Star Wars section. All that sort of stuff. So much fun down there. But
yeah, I mean, there's so many things with Star Wars. Like, can you imagine? Like, I still have the original toys. They're just obviously played with, but I mean, I still have them upstairs in my bag. The things I lost was obviously like the lightsabers and the capes and stuff, which I know you can still kind of go through and get some of those. But I just, it was funny because they really started making those action figures pretty much the night of the movie. Once they started seeing how it was taken off, and they were just kind of starting in with the molds and everything. And then here we are today, with how Star Wars has impacted, our generation.
Yeah. What's up, Chris? Funko Asylum in the house.
Hey, Chris.
A fellow Tennessee native over here, or lives in Tennessee. I don't think he's from Tennessee, but he lives in Tennessee.
Spent a little time with us last night. How are you, Funko Asylum? So I wanted to find. So this guy has, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but he's got this like everything in the house is Star Wars. Like he's got a theater, like a home theater. Let's see. I don't know if this is it or not. Let's see if I can pull that up. But I mean, I think it's always interesting.
Oh, and I will clarify. Voltron, the Lions Voltron, was the ones I enjoyed.
I do remember that.
So,
Different colored lines.
We'll do a little walkthrough of my home theater. So starting out, I have a little TV here. I can put posters on there, so I can show like now playing or just pretty much any movie poster that I want to put on there. Just a thumb drive on a LED or LCD TV, and just have a monitor stand holding it up in the back. So luckily I could get behind here. My furnace. Went with this little sign, saw this at Hobby Lobby and thought that was perfect. It'll do for now until I make my own, but I think I'm gonna need a CNC machine, like Star Wars-esque with previews and everything. I went with the auto door slider, so that's what's sliding open. Pocket door.
Oh my God!
It's like instant.
Good night.
So I'm gonna turn on the light a little bit so that you can
Looks like one of the rides at Disney.
Yeah, like the Star Tours, right?
2 months in the
Yeah.
summer creating all these panels, which, as you can imagine, is a lot of cutting. So a little bit every day after work, all day on the weekends. This
I like
picture, I'm not sure who
Looking like you're looking out the window.
I saw it online and thought it was pretty cool. I went to a place called Udesign, or Uprint rather, and asked them to print it out in these dimensions, and then just built this wood frame around it.
Oh wow!
I mentioned earlier there's an auto slide, auto door opener. I made this little cover just to kind of hide it. So there it is there. That's what opens the door. And the door itself has some gears, like a little gear path on it. Also have this LED above the door. The symbol, this is the Galactic Empire logo. Got this from Etsy. Cost me about $25. It too is MDF, half inch. Now, speaking of the MDF, I just painted it with satin color paint. So I didn't put any primer on any of the wood. I just pretty much just sprayed it with a Wagner sprayer. So it didn't get fuzzy. It didn't get it didn't do what you would expect MDF to do when a wet, something wet is on it, where it would bulge out or absorb all the paint. Although I would say if I had to do it again, I would use the primer, because on the edges, that's where I kind of had to keep painting, because it would suck up all the paint. So everything is identical, on this side here and on the right side. So as you can imagine, a lot of repetition and cutting all the parts, except for one spot, and that's here. I wanted to make sure I still had an egress, since we are in the basement. I think by law you have to have some way out in emergency. So that's there with some hinges there. The screen, it's just some 2x4s put together, and the material is from Carl's Place. That's the name of the company that makes the actual screen material. So I got that from Amazon. The entertainment center, I built that as well. That's just regular lumber. I went with a Sony setup, so 7.2 Atmos surround sound system. So Sony speakers in the front, with the exception of the
I think Dead
subwoofers,
Zone has a new
clips,
project.
clips that I got. What else? Let's see. Up top, we have clip speakers in the ceiling. I don't know if you can see that. And then Sony's in the back, also Atmos. So you actually get the sound that goes all around the room, depending on the movie and the scene. Also, a little thing that I wanted to do is I've got this little amplifier here, and there are speakers under the seats. So when there's an explosion or thunder or whatever, you will feel it. Let's see what else. This bar here. This bar top, I think this was a countertop from IKEA. I got it in the as is section for about $17. And then
Oh, wow.
the lights you guys can see. So I built this base here.
Gotta love IKEA.
Basically just a bar,
Yeah.
just so I could sit 4 more people. That way we could have like 7 people in here at a time or more if they're standing room only. Speaking of the seating arrangements and everything, these seats here I got on Letgo. There was a gentleman selling all 3 of them combined for $250. So I figured that was a pretty good deal.
Wow.
$250
$250 combined.
But
Man,
let's see.
let go.
Carpet. Those are carpet tiles. Should we have any unfortunate mistakes? A buddy of mine at work gave these to me, so thank you. Appreciate that. Came in handy. Plus the gray, so it matches everything. The door. So the original door was just a regular swing out, regular door, hollow core door. It was too thick
Your wife
to
must love
fit
him.
in the channel and have the motor and everything working. And I don't know if you can see it, but I had to add a piece of wood.
Either that or
behind
she
the
left.
door just so that the auto opener would be able to open and not have to sit right here in this area, because it would have to sit between the wall and the door, and then I wouldn't have a stud here, and this wall would be pretty flimsy without that main stud. So that worked out well. As far as the LEDs, turn the lights off here. Obviously, I can change the color, so I really like when it's red. I also have some LEDs in the ceiling just above the screen there, so it's pretty nice. It looks like it washes out the screen a little bit, so I can tone down the brightness, and then it's not so bad, or just simply turn it off. Turn it back on. Let's see. So there's a cord that goes across from the entertainment center and the LEDs. Turn this light back on. And basically that goes above in this channel that I created. That way those cords can go into the projector and the LED can come back to this thing I put above the wall, which is like a last minute idea because I couldn't think of any way to hide the gears on the door. And I think that's it. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
That's pretty cool. So there's, like I said, there's a lot of creative, Star Wars has created that for a lot of people out there, and creating these theaters. There's actually a guy that I saw, his whole entire house has Star Wars stuff. And he's gotten stuff from the set, like the set of the movies, like they were able to work something out. So it's like a museum. And it's really, really, really cool. And I don't know exactly where that is, but oh wait, is this it? Let's see. Of course, he's got to do it.
Careful, the music.
I
doesn't
know. That's why I was
knock you
like,
out.
I don't know if he has the music. Yeah, I must have the music the whole time.
Yeah. Oh, that's one of the. Just mute the video.
Yeah, where's But I mean, just the amount of stuff that, I mean, God, it's like,
yeah,
amazing. You know, I'm like, no fair. I mean, the amount of time and investment to go in, like, remember, now I have the Darth Vader action figure case. I don't remember the C-3PO one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and
I
there's that
love
monster. I mean,
I want the big Jabba the Hutt ship that you can fit like all your figures in. I would love that. It's like $2,000, that thing. I think it's called the Katana or something like that. Katana. It's freaking huge.
yeah, so I mean, like, obviously you can use any kind of fandom, but you know, I mean, he chose Star Wars, and of course, you know, when you do that though, there's so much out there. I mean, there's so many things you can get, and expensive stuff too. But God, I mean, look at the artwork. I mean, and that right there, look at that with the frozen.
Yeah, Han and Carbonite.
So, that freaking Boba Fett's, well, that's his costume now, but his jetpack right there, or Django.
Now I wonder. They said that so the armor or Boba Fett is probably going to show up in season 2.
Did you see what Funko Asylum just said?
Let's see.
I had a question. This got married with battery.
Oh my God.
Wow. My heart.
Yeah, no, that hurts my heart there.
Take her on a honeymoon?
Yeah.
Wow.
I want when I get married to have the Star Wars throne room as we're walking in.
Hey, what's the Pringles? The Pringles.
Be cool.
But did they have a Star Wars Pringles thing? Yeah, look at the Boba Fett. So do you think, okay, out of all the characters, do you think, even though he wasn't in there very long, do you think Boba Fett is the most popular character in Star Wars?
Nope.
I wouldn't say he's the most popular. Probably the child now is more popular. No, who is most? Vader. Vader's the most popular, I would say, probably. One of the considered, along with the Wicked Witch, the most, famous evil villain of all time. It's usually the Wicked Witch or Darth Vader, or the Darth Vader Wicked Witch.
Yeah,
kind of
they're
goes back
always
and forth.
Mm-hmm.
But
who would you put? I mean, where would you put Boba Fett?
Probably top 10.
Top 10.
Probably top 10.
Yeah, he'd be in the top 10, but I mean,
the only famous, I would say, merchandise wise, probably Boba Fett. That's when you'd probably get a little bit like, oh yeah, because he became popular because of the freaking Star Wars holiday special that they don't like talking about.
Yeah.
Then Empire Strikes Back. But
well, I mean, God. Remember going to, seeing Empire Strikes Back in the movie theaters.
Yeah.
Coming out of that. It was like I literally wanted to go back in and watch again.
Yeah.
I would love to know what it would feel like to watch the original Star Wars in the movie theater. 77, like what was
Didn't
that like before the special edition? Yeah. Like they went back and edited. What was it like to see? Like what was it that really triggered this phenomenon?
Yeah. Well, they did that here not too long ago.
I'm gonna be doing a rewatch. I gotta do a rewatch of Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Yeah. Picture that on your wall, Matthew. Right there next to your championship belt.
I know.
Funko Asylum says Boba Fett top 4.
Yeah. guys, I gotta hit the hay. I gotta work.
Yeah,
So
I gotta do the same.
Yeah.
Sulu.
I just wanted to. I definitely wanted to get that in there. So, and then I was gonna just real quick show you my nephew. He makes these costumes. He does these costumes and he makes them. So, he did this all by himself. And that's his son right there. But yeah, he does all this cosplay stuff. It's pretty good.
That's awesome.
But yeah, that's I appreciate you hopping on, Mitch. It's always a pleasure. Nice pickup, nice birthday pickup with a card. And definitely. So we'll be this weekend's gonna be a busy weekend, obviously with Yo-Jays. I know Papa Willie, you're gonna be on tomorrow with wrestling, I think, or something, right? With Papa, okay. So we got a lot going on this weekend, so we'll see each other again. But thanks again, Mitch. Appreciate it. And remember, guys, if you have not subscribed to us, which I know a majority of the people have, but if there's anybody listening or you're seeing us for the first time, all these guys are amazing on the channel. So they have YouTube channels. Subscribe, help them out. They're on the road. We're all on the road, and we could love the support, and you guys would love the channel.
I'll literally be on the road next Sunday. I'm going to Red Bank to pop up movies from Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
So I'll keep you guys posted on that.
All right.
I'll be there 11 a.m. I'm scheduled because you have to do time slots. 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is what is that? 8 o'clock in the morning for you on your end, but and Pacific. But you definitely will. Hopefully, we'll catch Kevin Smith. He's supposed to be there that day.
That'd be
wow.
I'm bringing Charlie because that'll get people's attention.
Oh
He's using me. That's all he does. He uses me.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
All right, so
They don't
Charlie,
like me. They like me.
say goodnight, Charlie. Let's tell everybody goodnight.
Good night, all. Good
It was a
night.
pleasure, Kat, having you. Take care, guys. See you, Funko
Good
Asylum.
night.